p.m. It is Sunday, May 17th. Saturday, May 17th.
You have no excuse. You're on your time zone.
This meeting is sponsored by Raid, Shadow Legends. The new LNC sponsor. We're going to go ahead and kick off with opportunity for public comment, maximum of 2 minutes per commenter. Would anybody like to be recognized for public comment at this time?
No.
Go ahead. What's your name and state?
I'm Jay Gillott. I'm a lifetime state and national member of the party for the last 40 years. And I want to welcome everybody to Michigan. Grand Rapids is my home. This is the area I live. You're all probably familiar with me because of the letters I've sent. So I've said everything I need to say regarding my concerns. But I want to point out that you are in the state, you're in the city that has been disaffiliated by the Michigan Libertarian Party. We are not part of, my affiliate has been disaffiliated. So what we have is a situation in Michigan where the people in charge are more inclined to worry about control than growth. And this party needs growth more than anything else. We need to get people to come to our local affiliate, and we need them to come to our state affiliate meetings. And unfortunately, we have a real problem with that in our state. So we are where we are. We know the facts. You've read my letter, and I just want to stand up and say that I'm glad you're here. I just wish I could welcome you as a member of a loyal Grand Rapids, West Michigan affiliate, but I can't. So, but I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Public comment? Your name is still.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Duke. I'm chair of the Southwest Michigan affiliate, a member of the Michigan affiliate, a former National Party member, and one of the elected Michigan delegates to Washington, D.C. convention, whom Andrew Chatterton attempted repeatedly and illegitimately to remove. The recent social media posts coming from New Hampshire and Colorado affiliates have done more damage to our credibility than any outside opponent could. I have friends who question me about it. They are repelling potential allies, painting our party as unserious and extreme. This body must draw a clear line between free speech and sabotage. The alleged embezzlement from former chair Angela McCardle is not just a scandal, it's betrayal. Betrayal of trust every dues-paying member placed in this organization. There must be full transparency, consequences, and safeguards put in place so this never happens again. Our party is broke, financially and morally. And many of the same people now calling the shots here helped lead us to this crisis. New members will not join a sinking ship with no lifeboats, no strategy, and no accountability. We need a real plan to rebuild trust, not just social media names and memes and podcasts. And in Michigan, my affiliate is suffering under the authoritarian grip of Chair Andrew Chatterton and a board that has silenced dissent, disaffiliated more than just people. Many voices have been pushed out, meetings are manipulated, and transparency is non-existent. Michigan Libertarians need help, not silence, from the National Party. The Libertarian Party wants to survive and must return to principle and its members. If this party still stands for liberty, prove it.
2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you, Andrew. Anybody else seek to be recognized for public comment? I need to make sure. Name and state.
My name is Dana Carver. I'm one of the founders of the Straight Theory affiliate. I've been on the board of Michigan multiple times. I'd like to expound on what these gentlemen have said. Since this whole mess was created from an internal party dispute and you guys got involved and sued people, it has been disaffiliating, banning, reprimanding, punishing anybody who does not agree with the current leadership that you guys pretty much helped install. And it's been crazy. And when so many people have been pushed out and you try to reunify people, you hear things like, what does it matter if we show up at convention? Because JC will just overturn it and no one will stand up for us from national. And I'm hearing this over and over, and it's become quite sad because people don't feel like you guys care of what's been going on, and we have no voice. We went to DC and we had a convention. We had to go to court to get our votes upheld because of shenanigans and manipulation of the bylaws, and they shut everybody out of everything. They block members from the social media sites for no reason. You can't see what's going on in the party. You get these emails that call members of our party frauds and thieves and saboteurs that are going out to the members of the party. This is not how we do this, and you guys created this monster. You never should have gotten involved. You never should have sued people, and the people you sued were long-term members that had done so much for this party and have busted their asses, and most of them don't even want to come back now. They're burnt out. They're like, why? What's the point? What's the point anymore? So we're trying to drum up support to even get this convention to overturn the mess that was created. And I feel like you guys need to stand up for the actual members of Michigan.
Anybody else seeking public comment?
Yeah, I'll do it quickly. So my name is John Hudak. It's nice to meet you all. I am a member of the National Party as well as a member of the Michigan State Party right now. I previously was a member of the Florida Party. I just wanted to speak briefly in favor of the motion to censure the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire and the Libertarian Party of Colorado. I'm glad it's actually on the board at this point, but this motion was a long time coming, and it would be the first step if it were to pass in a long line of things that actually need to happen. I mean, to put it frankly, with the lack of donations, the lack of or loss in membership, I'll quote Angela McArdle in saying that she said once that the takeover is turning into a disaster. The takeover was a disaster, and that disaster needs to be remedied. I really think that this is the first step in remedying that, making it clear that the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire and the Libertarian Party of Colorado, the messaging that's coming out from those affiliates does not represent the rest of us. Thank you.
John, what state are you from?
So I am currently living in Michigan. I'm a member in Michigan, but I will be back in Florida in a couple of years.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is seeking to be recognized for public comment? If not from the gallery, Pat.
Excuse me. My name is Pat Ford, and I mentioned earlier I'm the chair of the Commission Oversight Committee. I want to welcome you all to the site of the 2026 Libertarian National Convention. A couple of notes. The facility that we're going to use for the actual convention is next door. There will be a limited tour availability of it towards the end of the day, at the end of the meeting that we've arranged. I look forward to.
Is that tomorrow?
Yeah. Okay. I look forward to all of your comments and questions, and particularly for folks who took the time to come out here. I thank you for that. And everything right now, we're in full-blown planning mode. We're looking for input on speakers. We're looking for input on activities, what training sessions you're looking for, all of that. And I can be reached on the list. I can be reached on social media, or just go old school and give me a call. One happy note I'd like to announce, it's a great deal of the COC will be held tomorrow in executive session. We had a win this week. Freedom Fest folks have reached agreement with us so that we will be effectively exchanging non-cash for free booths at both functions. So the Libertarian Party will have a significant presence at Freedom Fest next month. It's June 11th to June 14th in California. There are a handful of seats available, if you will, to come in. It's a work session. This isn't a go out and schmooze. We're looking to have staff there to actively engage with ground forces to get folks to join the party. My function there will be to recruit exhibitors for the convention. And then, of course, senior management, if you will be working the tables and hopefully engaging in some exhibitions. In exchange for their presence at our national convention, in both cases, we're going to be exchanging emails. No lists will be exchanged, but each party will be generating emails to generate enthusiasm to attend. So it's a win-win. It's a significant cost savings. And I encourage all of you, if you're going to be at Freedom Fest, to stop by. We've got a handful of tickets if you want to volunteer. We need volunteers. We're going to work to it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And would you say we're hyped and excited for 2026?
We are excited.
It'll be a part of my experience.
Absolutely.
All right, awesome. Okay, next up is attendance roll.
Okay, Mr. Michaela,
Present.
Mr. Dar,
Present.
I am present, Mr. Redpath,
I'm here.
Mr. Bost,
Present.
Mr. Malagon,
Present.
Mr. Benson. I don't believe Mr. Benson is here. Mr. Watkins. One moment. Ms. Yanuskavich. Here. Mr. Chatterton.
Present.
Mr. Dassing.
Present.
Mr. Ford.
Yep.
I know Ms. Hayes is not present. Mr. Lamb. One moment. Mr. McGee.
Here.
We knew Mr. Nana would not be here. Mr. Thompson.
Here.
Mr. Bracco. Ms. Coward. Present. Ms. Hallisey. Present. Mr. Hurt.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Martin.
Present.
Mr. Weir's not present.
Correct.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, we're missing two at-large, Mr. Benson and Mr. Watkins. Regionals that are not present is Ms. Hayes, Mr. Lamb, and Mr. Nana. So for Ms. Hayes, Ms. Halsey will be sitting as regional representative. For Mr. Lamb, Mr. Martin will be seated as regional representative. And for Mr. Nana, Mr. Hirsch will be seated as regional representative.
Okay, what's our fourth?
Well, we have 17, so don't ask me math. We have a treasurer. 9? 9. So we have that.
I'd like to rise to a point of order.
Who's?
Concerning Region 1, Mr. Chair, there was an election that Region 1 held. The 15 states of Region 1 voted to put me in along with Mr. James Wiley from Colorado. And we've received word that that election was invalidated without any process on the basis of a curable issue that in the past precedents, it was not normally the way that we deal with regional elections, we'll say the least. And, you know, there's some feelings in this room, I think, that, you know, kind of echo how the state chairs of Region 1 are feeling. We feel like their voice is being basically silenced. They don't want to have to go and re-vote. Same thing happened earlier this year. And I think it's really important that that the state chairs of Region 1, that their will is respected. Obviously, Mr. Wiley's not present with us, so it's not really a matter for whether or not he's physically able to attend this, but I thought it was worth raising this point of order with you here early.
So the bad news is Mr. Wiley was not a sustaining member at the time of the election, which means he cannot be on the board of an organization he's not a member of, which invalidated the results. So I did send an email out to the Region 1 reps to get back to their state and recertify the election, make sure he signs back up, and give us the results. They want to do that by Monday or Tuesday.
On that point of order,
It's
was the matter properly before you when you made that determination?
Yes.
Which member brought it up by way of objection? There was no vote.
There wasn't. Well, it's a part of the organization. It's a part of, you know, it's a part of the prerequisites to be on the board. You have to be a sustaining member of the LNC. So
Respectfully, isn't this the same thing that we just heard complaints about from the gallery? We can't do it to each other on both sides. We've got to be able to work together.
This isn't political. This is just procedural, and it's easily.
Respectfully, procedural would mean it would have had to have been brought before you properly with a vote.
Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry, can we move on? If the Region 1 alt has an issue with a member of a board or of a member not of an organization trying to be on the board, this is a very simple fix. You've addressed the point of order. Can we move on, please?
Yes.
Like
orders of the day.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
So we're going to go ahead and move on to the adoption of the agenda. It's not an appeal. If you want me to make a ruling, I already have.
I'm appealing the ruling of the chair.
All right, so there's a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. So that would require a 2/3 vote to overturn. Yes, sustains the ruling.
Well, it's a debatable motion. You get to speak first and last,
Okay.
and it would require a majority to overturn. The question would be, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? And it would take a majority no to overturn the ruling.
This would be a big protection.
He could raise it now. I believe.
Your hand?
Well, if we're moving to debate, I would just like to call the question, go to a vote. You know how this is going to go. Mr. Roofer has graciously given us 90 minutes of his time. I'd like to respect that and move forward with the agenda. So I'd like to call the question. We've already seen what debate's going to look like. We know how this vote's going to go. I think we can just go straight to it.
There's a
We
motion
can't hear it all.
that will require a majority to call the question.
We can't hear it.
I'm sorry. All in favor of calling the question, say, or raise your hand.
Point of personal privilege, the gallery's having trouble hearing us.
I'll speak louder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. All opposed?
It passed the call question.
So we'll now move on to a vote to sustain the ruling of the chair would be a yes vote. No would be a no vote, would be 2/3 to overturn the ruling of the chair. So yes to sustain the ruling of the chair, no to overturn the chair. Did you have a question?
Yes, I'm sorry. So the ruling of the chair is that you must be a member of the party to be on the LNC?
Yes, it would make Mr.
Well, no.
Yeah. So a sustaining member, so it would be, no, it would just be in this case of Mr. Wiley being, so this would basically affirm that Mr. Wiley did not meet the requisites to be a board member, that he is not currently a member, and that Region 1 has to recertify the. I'm sorry. He is a member. He is a member.
He is a member. The issue is moot.
We're
Not at
having
the time,
debate
not at
and
the time, not at the time of the election. So we'll go ahead and, if there's no other inquiries, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All opposed? Then the chair's ruling is sustained. And I'm willing to work with you guys. Let's get it resolved. We can get it resolved by Monday.
But you're making my chairs vote again. This, every time we have an election.
Orders of the day, we've already.
All right, debate is over. We're going to move on.
what was the count, please? It was
10 to 3.
10 to 3.
And I abstain. All right, we're at the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move to adopt the agenda.
Second. Motion to amend, Pat.
Yeah, I'm motion that to put the convention oversight committee report after reservation report tomorrow, with the note that some or all of it may be in executive session.
How much time are you looking for?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. Is there a second? Second. Any debate? Any objection? You said 40 minutes, 45.
45.
I have a,
Motion you don't have.
All right, there's a motion. Is that an objection?
well, I have a, before I object, I do have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, parliamentary inquiry that Mr. Chatter.
Was there a report submitted for the Convention Oversight Committee?
There was not. That's why.
Considering that most of it's kept confidential.
Well, I mean, we have a confidential OneNote. Was there a report submitted in the confidential OneNote in time?
And
What was the?
are we going to politicize this?
All right,
No, I mean, I was asking, was there a report submitted in the confidential OneNote?
No.
Okay, then I would object to that amendment.
Mr. Chatter, you had a.
I misunderstood. I thought you already called for objection and disposal of this motion, so I was seeking for your amendment there.
For the agenda. This is just the amendment for.
I misunderstood. I thought you called for opposition, and there wasn't any, but there was.
So, any objection to add the COC report? I think there was, we'll just say that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, so amendment passes. Is there any further discussion on the agenda item?
Go ahead, you were first.
Are you
Yeah, motion to amend. Guys, I brought a solution that is much better than fighting and banning and censoring each other. And I would like to make it possible for us to hear that on the agenda. I have a proposal that would help us to actually implement PDR and follow a lot of the guidelines that are suggested by the report.
What's the motion?
The motion would be to amend the agenda to hear my proposal on operator contracts.
What time for how long?
I would put it after our guest. Early on the agenda would be better. if possible, because I believe that some of the other business on the agenda might work very well if we hear this first.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Anybody seek ask for discussion? Do you want to speak to it?
Sure, thank you. So obviously there's work that needs to be done on this, but I have a concept here that would empower the LNC to be able to be active on the local level across the US. What we need is the ability to pay people for the grunt work, the leg work that we cannot reliably rely on activists for volunteer purposes. The LNC needs the ability to have a say in what's going on, needs the ability to work with affiliates, and we need the ability to be able to pay people for results. My suggestion is very simple. We would pay for activism activities, and we would pay on a commission basis for fundraising, and incorporate these ideas into a contract that our proven activists who deliver results could qualify to become what I call operators, call it whatever you want. The goal would be to have these people organize, build lists.
Mr. Chair, point of order, we're getting into the actual, what he's trying to move forward. It's debate to allow this on the agenda.
I'm informing the committee as to what it is.
We all saw the email. If we could just move to a vote.
In order of the interruption, this is discussion. He's entitled to speak to his motion.
He's giving the presentation now, Mr. Chair.
No, sir, this is not even the beginning. This is just introducing the idea.
I'll allow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With brevity.
Yes, sir. I'll wrap it up like this. There's a lot of anger and frustration on both sides, and both sides, in my opinion, are treating each other rather terribly. And instead of fighting each other over how we can change the rules to rig it against each other and imitate the government we're fighting against, we can come together, we can hammer out some real work, we can get some things done, we can point this cannon at the government, and we can teach our people how to effectively bully them, how to change policies, and make that the way in which we build our electoral successes. I have a plan to do that, but it needs help, and we're going to need to workshop it together. I'd rather spend more time working on how to really do the things that this committee intends to do rather than fighting with each other. And that's the hope behind this proposal, is that we can do something truly positive for liberty. And with that, I will yield.
Karen?
Two things. First, I had a request for information, if the chair would allow, to Mr. Martin. How long were you requesting?
I think for the purpose of voting on whether or not we'll have that, no less than 30 minutes.
Do you intend on this to be discussion or a vote?
I would like to get it to a vote if possible. However, I think it's very likely that there may be some things that need to be amended or workshopped. So I'd like to give us a little time for that. I don't want to dominate the entire meeting with the vote on this, but if adopted, it will need fine tuning. And there's other things today on this agenda that may actually serve this plan really, really well. So it'd be nice if we could hear it early.
All right, anybody else seek to recognize? All right, so the motion is to add in, I guess, the resolution from, I'm sorry, what's your last name again?
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin. For Mr. Martin to be 30 minutes after Mr. Ruffer's presentation. So that's the motion. It was seconded. We'll go ahead and go to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Does not pass.
I moved to amend the agenda to include Mr. Martin's report in new business without previous notes at the end of the agenda tomorrow.
Second. Any discussion on this? All in favor, raise your hand. 6. All opposed, raise your hand. No opposed? Motion passes.
I opposed amendment.
Yes.
Yes, I see no public comment at the end of the agenda. I think we usually have public comment at the end of the agenda for maybe 10 minutes. I moved to amend the agenda to include public comment at the end of the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second. Do you mean after Mr. Martin's resolution?
Correct, that's right.
Yes, essentially.
Okay.
Any discussion on that? Pretty self-explanatory. All in favor, raise your hand.
passes.
Point of, did you intend it to be 30 minutes like Mr. Martin's original motion was?
Is it good with you?
45, if that's all right.
It's okay with me, 45.
40. You want 45 for your presentation? Is that what you're saying?
Not just for the presentation, but for us to be able to workshop some of the details of that.
I think well, yeah, about 3 to 30 minutes prior. We could always move to extend time. Okay,
30 minutes is fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chatter.
I move to amend the agenda to strike the 9 PM amendments for Mr. Malagon today and the 3 from tomorrow. These amendments are basically codifying much more of the concerning behaviors that would empower a couple of committees above the LNC to basically run the party operations behind and outside of the visibility of the LNC operations. So that's my motion.
Second.
Discussion. Chatter, do you want to speak to your motion before Melanie?
Certainly. Going through these amendments, they are, I believe, very much against the spirit and the function of the LNC. The amendments to the EPCC are inserting a number of superfluous qualifications that are basically tailored to a few specific members, that empowers the committee to have full control over all business of the party related to employment, and appears to be similarly with this FSC committee, giving essentially these committees power over the party. And I think that this entire package of amendments is detrimental to the operation of the party and is intended to install a very small number of individuals to be able to run the business without being accountable to the people that were elected to run the party. And basically takes the majority of this board out of that equation.
Mr. Malgon and then Ms. Janiscavige.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to speak against the proposed motion. These PM amendments were all endorsed by the EPCC, the Special Investigatory Committee, the Executive Director, you, Mr. Chair, and our consultant, Debbie Mason. So I'm not really quite sure what Mr. Chatterton is trying to accomplish, but I'd just like to remind everyone of that, and that's all.
We all know that some corrective action is needed here in this party after some recent events, and this is an effort to do so. A financial board committee is not controversial, and it's something that this board has had before.
Mr. Martin.
Not necessarily at the whole package, but I would aim at some of these PM amendments are actually, I mean, I would object to the consideration of it entirely. It's against due process. It violates our fundamental principles and would be very unlikely to survive a JC review, in my opinion. The issue with some of these is that it seems to just be lowering the threshold for removing people and kicking people out and playing games, and also taking away power from the board in the wrong way. We don't want the board to micromanage our staff, of course, right? But what this will do is this just takes everything and puts it behind closed doors, takes away all the accountability, and allows us to politic against each other in the most toxic and dysfunctional way possible.
I have a point on this.
What's the point of order?
My point of order, with all due respect to Mr. Martin, because he is new to this board, that there's been some inflammatory language about how we're terrible and non-productive when we're doing this and that. That really doesn't belong to the debate.
Let's just keep it objective.
I believe that was pretty objective.
Mr. Malgon.
Well, I mean, objectively, I can say that Mr. Martin clearly did not read any of the PM amendments, because none of those things are true, and I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand.
Yes.
All opposed?
What was the first name?
Any further debate?
Yeah.
I'll go to Karen and Mitch, Mr. Chadwick. Ms. Rollins.
Thank you. On the, since there's 9, I'm just going to speak briefly. Mr. Malagon accepted an amendment that I had suggested to the Financial Services Committee. If other people have amendments, I think that's the way to handle it. If there's any PM amendments that people object to in full. There's one that I do. I would suggest you just vote it down. Let it be heard. But I did want to respectfully disagree with Mr. Martin. I actually think it's not removing due process in any of these. I think there might be some confusion with the recommendations of the Ethics Committee, which actually is granting more due process.
Mr. Chatterton and then Mr. Thompson.
So I was looking to just respond to the characterization that these amendments are measures to respond to the actions and happenings around the stepping down of the previous chair. These measures go so far beyond that. These are creating basically all-powerful committees that control and supersede the judgment of the LNC on basically all matters of the party. These are not geared towards holding accountability. These are geared towards putting control in the hands of a small number of individuals, approximately 3 to 5 individuals that would have oversight over all dealings of the party as I read these amendments. So these are much more than just trying to do that. These are, in my opinion, attempting to capitalize on those events and attempting to consolidate power in the hands of a few individuals that would have power over this board and over the body as elected by our delegation in DC to run this party.
Mr. Thompson.
Not to give anyone a heart attack, I understand Mr. Chatterton and Mr. Martin's points here. I think that would be more appropriate for debate during the agenda time and not just simply strike these from the agenda.
Mr. Redmond.
Yes, if these ideas, it'll come out in the debate. Let's debate it.
Mr. Martin, see if you recognize it.
I was just going to say I didn't get to finish my remarks because I was interrupted. So if it's good with you,
Okay,
I'll be very brief. I, again, just want to say that there are better ways for us, better things for us to focus on than trying to constantly revamp the rules against each other. I think there's just a better way to get business done. What this party really needs is fundraising and membership growth, not more rules and parliamentary gatekeeping. I yield.
Any further discussion? If not, move on to a vote. All in favor of striking the 12 amendments, raise your hand. All opposed? The amendment does not pass.
Point of inquiry, is this being live streamed?
I believe so.
Yes, I sent the link out on the covered list at the beginning.
Any further amendments to the agenda?
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary.
If a member has a point of order, is that interruptible?
It depends if it's really a point of order, which oftentimes is not the case.
But a genuine point of order, is that interruptible?
I believe so, although I would just, if somebody's, I would prefer it not count as much weight of rating. Mr. Thompson.
I move to add a Region 3 report after the Region 2.
How much time?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah. Apologies for being late. I'm a newbie. I thought it had to be submitted before the meeting.
Gotcha. No worries. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any debate? Any objection? Motion passes. And then we're back onto the main motion, which is the agenda. Is there any further discussion on the agenda? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. So is there any objection to adopting the agenda as amended? Hearing none, we have an agenda.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege. We just heard some comments about the Libertarian Party of Michigan from the gallery. I was just wondering if Mr. Chatterton wanted to respond to any of these comments. It would be interesting to hear his response.
Only if there's no objection from the entire committee, which is out of order. If there's no objection.
I second Mr. Redpath. It would be interesting to hear a response.
Yeah, there's absolutely some creative interpretations of events here. I do appreciate the fact that the LNC is taking some very similar actions with regard to the consideration of our regional reps. So I view that as a vindication of those actions. Individuals made false statements to court to facilitate intervention by the state improperly into party business in Washington, D.C. Those same individuals then escalated the lawsuit in the middle of election season to interfere with our party's election efforts. Despite that, we still had an immensely successful election season. And then as soon as the election season was over, they dropped those charges in court. I believe the National Party has acted appropriately and responsibly to take the actions in the trademark case that individuals who were committing fraud against this party by impersonating the Libertarian Party in Michigan after they themselves attended meetings and ratified the actions that led to my reinstatement as the chair. The group that is locally based here in West Michigan actively announced via resolution at a convention that they did not recognize the legitimate state party as recognized by the LNC and as recognized by the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals in the trademark lawsuit. And as such, they were disaffiliated from the Libertarian Party of Michigan because they were operating without recognition of the legitimate party that's recognized by this body. So with regard to the actions they claim illegitimately disenfranchise members of the National Convention, if the LNC follows through with its interpretation of the Region 1 representative election, then it's exactly a similar consideration with the exemption that in their case, they were illegitimate because of a 7/8 vote that they couldn't achieve to be ratified as delegates. So that pretty much, I think, covers it. I'm happy to explain in more detail if anyone has any questions about specific elements of that.
I'd rather not go to the questions. It's really,
I just wanted to say Mr. Redpath was right. That was entertaining, and I hope that the gallery was thoroughly entertained.
May I ask a point of clarification?
really not supposed to. Let's just move on. Next is report of potential conflicts of interest.
So is there any additions to what's in the one now?
Yeah, there's one. Excuse me. Cold. There are actually two Libertarian mutual aids. There's a Libertarian mutual aid.
Add a little louder, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is two Libertarian mutual aids. There is a PAC, and there is a company that is recognized as a nonprofit in the state of Rhode Island. And I would also like to note that I am now the chair of the Libertarian Party of Rhode Island.
Okay, I'll fix that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I am a blood-bought servant of Jesus Christ. And I doubt that'll be a conflict in this meeting, but just in case it is, I thought I'd throw it out there.
I don't serve.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
anticipate a sensory of Christ.
Good.
Anybody else?
Oh, you should have waited. New business without previous notice. That'd be fun.
Hearing no other conflicts of interest, we're going to move on to our guest speaker. Mr. Chris Ruffer joins us from California. He's going to be giving us a presentation. So I appreciate his time and his candor for joining us this morning and traveling all the way to Grand Rapids to be here. So let's give our attention to Mr. Ruffer.
Much. I've been a member of the party for a long, long time. I'm not interested in any discussions that have been taken so far or effectively in the future regarding specific party issues. My objective is really, and our mission is to advance human happiness in the society. That's my interest. I have no further financial requirements, no further personal requirements, got a great family life. I'm fine. But I'm interested in really advancing the society. And I believe in the party. So there's been some disruption here. I actually like disruption in a sense if it goes to the point of inquiring as to why we have this disruption and whatnot. So how do we become effective? So actually, I'd like to, I carry this around, and my discussion is really about social philosophy. And it's about social philosophy principles, talk about principles a bit, and then messaging. So I think we have major issues. I sit on a major board of philanthropy, and it's Libertarian, and a senior person there who gets around a lot of the universities. He says, we've lost the argument at the universities. And so I think our movement has stalled, back in the 50s and 60s and 70s, and of course the 70s when the party got going. things are moving, but I think things have stalled. There's reasons for that, and we've got to question ourselves. This is maybe it's a little lengthy, but I think it's very poignant statement from somebody that you might recognize. I'll tell you at the end who it was, and you might recognize it. She says, your only choice about philosophy, and whether we have a philosophy of how we live our lives or how we do things, your only choice is whether you define your philosophy by conscious or subconscious accumulated junk heap of unwarranted conclusions, false generalizations, undefined contradictions, undigested slogans, unidentified wishes, doubts, and fears, thrown together by chance, but integrated by your subconscious into a kind of mongrel philosophy, etc. Who can guess who that was?
Is that Ayn Rand?
Ayn Rand. So the point is really giving things some serious thought. So do you want to make a difference here? Or why are you here? Do you want to make a difference? Ask yourself that question. Seriously, do you want to make a difference? Secondly, do you want to spend all the time you do spend? I heard a couple of folks talk about Steve there and Pat, I think, spending a lifetime at this. Do we want it wasted? Ask yourself that question. So I think there's either, if we're going to make more progress, there's either an issue with our fundamental philosophy or our messaging. So I'd like to address those. The one statement from another person, but so for 5,000 years we've been working on how to live together is the key point. So Winston Churchill has said this. He says, indeed, it's been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other forms that have been tried from time to time. So he clearly implied, he thought, at least, if you study this guy at all, this guy's a brilliant person. But anyway, what gives here? What's the potential? Caroline, I guess you're the boss?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll talk about a philosophy that I'd like to, and then talk about messaging, and then we can discuss some things. On the bottom there, so you can see that as we go from dictatorship, not in order here, but you go from feudalism and dictatorship and fascism and socialism and democratic republic. That's what we got, right? Is there something better? Is this it? So my point is that I've got a philosophy that I consider. Want to change it? Called human respect. So let me go over that. So let's go one more. So we talk about principles. This is the key to what I want to talk about. How many here have heard the term libertarians are the party of principle? All of us, several times, we talk about this all the time. I'm going to propose that our principles are frankly not much different than Democrat and Republican principles. They're personal principles. So what are personal principles? Austin, was it?
Legalize pot.
Legalize pot.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
No, but smoking pot is a personal principle. I think this helps me. Right or wrong, that's your personal principle. How many people here, how many principles can you identify? Are you vegan, vegetarian? That's a principle, right? You call your mother every week? Some people don't have their mothers left, but what are some personal principles and how you live your life? I'm always going to wear black. Is that your deal? That's a personal principle, right? And who else has a nice tie on there? This is what I wear. Oh, this is what I wear. It's my uniform for me. So there's certain principles we live by. I don't have any facetious, but there's lots of them, right? Color of your hair, how cars you drive, how you work. I'm going to answer my phone calls and within 24 hours, and we're going to be important to our customers, and we're going to do this for our customers. Personal principles. Pardon? Characters, and your characters, a combination of all your personal principles and how you actually going to live your life. So there's personal principles. So what are some personal principles of quote conservatives, typically Republicans? Fiscal responsibility, perhaps, used to be at least, okay. And or liberals, what is that? I mean, we really care for the poor, we care for the homeless, we care about people that have a little more care in their personal character. So if you look at social science and you talk about liberals, what are their personal principles? So they tend to be more open to experience.
Equality.
They tend to tend to, it's not very much, but they're shown to be a little more caring of others. And what are the conservatives? They respect authority more, respect tradition more, especially if they're religious, more sanctity. So there's a personal principles on how they live. And then there's what I call natural principles. Who is the scientist? Steve, or the scientists involved, right? Physics and chemistry. So there are some natural principles, and those are principles, they're statements which have in nature been found to be true over all time and all space. They're true. I can't bless some of these people think there's no truth. Okay, how about gravity? Yeah, so disprove that. So we electromagnetism. There are some natural principles that hold all the time. You can, and you don't have to abide by them. I mean, you're gonna get the results of your actions. Have you heard the term perception is reality? Yeah. Is that right or wrong? So it's correct in one sense and incorrect in another sense. Perception is reality. So you, based on your perceptions, you will act. You perceive that there's no glass wall there, over there. You perceive there's no glass wall. And somebody's hurt over there and you want to run and help them. And you hit the glass wall, and what happens? You hit reality. So your perceptions aren't necessarily representing reality. The principles are that you're going to get the reality. You will get the consequences of your actions if they involve a natural principle. This is very important, and the scientists get it pretty quickly. The social science is kind of an interesting word. They don't get it too quick. And it's always a but. So I know that if I jump off the 20th floor, there's a very simple formula that tells you the speed, the time you will hit the concrete, or if it's concrete. But there's an exception on the 10th floor. If you jump off the 10th floor, that won't work. So that's what I'm getting at. There's a difference in personal principles and natural principles. Okay, one more. So I have three axioms. Axioms are basically truths, apparently true. You recognize them as truths. So first is again, this is social science. This is how we get along together. But what's most important is what you want. What do you want? So when I talk with small groups, maybe I can be more Socratic, but bottom line is, I believe people's fundamental mission in life is to be happy. People pursue more pleasure, less pain. So the term happiness is kind of all-encompassing because people talk about many other terms, live a life of well-being. Ayn Rand says live a life realizing your values, I believe. So there's a number of terms there, but I just throw them into happiness, okay? If we can agree on that, it's fundamentally we want to flourish. Flowers want to flourish. Squirrels want to flourish. Every sentient being seems to want to flourish. So that's number one. And now from a social perspective, I ask, what will always decrease your happiness? One person's actions vis-a-vis another. So we're in a room right here. You run across people just one-on-one or in a restaurant, wherever else. But what would certainly decrease your happiness?
Violence?
Yeah, I've got it up here. So somebody physically contacts you. So violence is a contact with an intent to harm. How often at the moment does your happiness go up, stay the same, or go down? So it's how often does this happen? That's the important part. Every time. And it's genetic. Our nerves, we feel this. So it's another action that one person can take vis-a-vis another that would decrease their happiness at the moment they experience this event. And I say theft of your property. So I have people have trying to take a ball from a dog, or a toy from a child, or you just got up and you looked around and where's my purse? You go out to your car, where's my car? So this I see is something very, very fundamental to our personal experience, and it's really embedded in our genes. So you've got a relationship here. People want to be happy. Violence and theft always decrease happiness. And so you can see that there's a natural principle involved here. If this, then that, every time. One more, Caroline. So that's what I call a natural principle of human respect. So it's simply that human happiness, harmony, and prosperity will always decrease as persons experience the initiation of violence or theft of their property or time through force or fraud. So when you understand something is true, say like gravity, and you have 20th floor, okay, that works just like this. That's fine, but now how are you going to act? That doesn't tell you how to act, really, directly. So morals are, and ethics are how you define how you're going to act. How am I going to act vis-a-vis others? How am I going to act vis-a-vis myself? So then you look into a moral principle, Caroline. So then it's to be effective and really be something that you can take home and be active on. So you got a moral principle. So you recognize here's how life works. Here's how the world works. How am I going to act? So to advance happiness for myself and others, I'll not initiate violence or theft against others in any aspect of my life. So in any aspect of my life. So how many here really, they live their lives by, really going out and hurting people? Everybody's a libertarian if you really want to think of it. Fundamental principles here. How do you get along in life if you actually violate other people's bodies? Can you have any friends? Can you have any associates? If you're a thief, you can get away with it for a little while, perhaps. But you're a thief and you steal from people, especially what you'd like to be your friends or families and associates. What happens to that relationship? It's zero. So everybody is a libertarian at heart. We have the philosophy and the movement that's really got something, and we have to make the most of it. But in any aspect of my life is the key thing here. So how many aspects of your life do you have? You relate to people personally. The people that you know count on, they count on you, and you relate to them. You have personal relationships. And like I just said, if you don't adhere to that moral principle, what happens to that relationship? So bottom line is we have to abide by it at a personal level. At a social level, how do we abide by that principle of not using force, initiating force, or theft? In social relationships I define as ones that you casually meet. So it could be a taxi person, could be a waiter, waitress in a restaurant, could be a stewardess on an airplane, walking around the hotel here. How do people act in that aspect of their lives? Do vast majority of people respect that moral principle? Yes, or we couldn't really. I mean, how would there be taxi drivers if half the people, or even 5% of people just ran out of the taxi and didn't pay? The prices would be higher than the rest of us, but it got to be 20%, they probably wouldn't work. So then you've got commercial relationships. So you're relating to people from an economic perspective. We're trading. Fundamentally, what we do between people is trade. Either trading kisses or cars or money or for services, whatever we're doing. We're trading with people, tomatoes, whatever it might be. So we're trading. And how do we respect that and that moral principle in that commercial aspect of our lives? And if you have a business and you operate a business, whether it's personal services, labor, or you're selling cars, and you don't live up to your obligations, you're basically stealing by through fraud. How long are you going to be in business? Not very long. There's a spiritual aspect of our lives. And then there's one other aspect of our lives that would really affect each other, which we get engaged in. What's that? The political aspect of our lives. Politics. So politics, we go vote, and that impacts other people's lives, right? So do we respect that principle and that aspect of our lives? The moral principle.
It's okay if it's violent if you have someone else.
Okay, so that's the democratic process whereby you elect people that agree with your objectives, whether it be to take other people's property to do what you want to do with the funds, or whether you want to grab them by the neck because they're using marijuana and grab them out of their house, haul them into jail. So we don't respect each other. We breach that principle in this aspect of our lives, the political principle. Caroline? I don't have memorized what comes next, so you got to tell me.
Was this what was supposed to be there?
Oh, okay, that's just kind of that represents it. That's okay. So you got, this is just to represent what I just said. So you got Luke, Hannah, and Polly here in their homes, in the neighborhood, right? What's the next one? So would Luke go over and steal from Hannah? Is that typical? How does that work? People don't do that. And people say, no, I wouldn't do that. Okay, what's the next one? Would Luke go over to Polly and ask Polly to steal a bicycle for Hannah to give to Luke? Would you go use an agent, your other neighbor, to ask them to steal for you? People just don't do that. And they said, no, I wouldn't do that. But what's the next one? But if Polly's a politician, what's the next one? Polly's a politician. Well, it's okay, though, if we get enough votes and we have a majority vote, then now we can go to Polly to steal something for Luke. So this concept of agency, and it's okay now to if we have majority vote, to hire an agent to go and steal for us. How many have heard of Kamala Harris? She's a senator from California, so I'm California. And when she ran for senator, you know, they have the political, the government sends out the deal and says you have your arguments, and if you pay money, you have to pay money for this to get your discussion, your philosophy, your statement in the government report. I mean, I'm virtually literally, I can bring more to California than my competitors. What does that mean? I can go and steal from the Hawaiians, the Ohioans, the New Jersey folks. I can steal from them and bring to California. So we're going to go negotiate who can steal what for whose benefit. That's what's going on in politics today. So when you read the majority vote, you can steal. You can breach that principle of a moral principle of human respect. What's another? Okay, so this here I use this in a number of conclusions. So, as I mentioned up in the beginning, I've split apart people's personal values from their political affiliation or political values. So try to do that and say, what are your personal values? And some of your personal values will politically put you in a category of liberal or conservative or somewhere in between. Then ask people when you ask people this, what are your social ethics, social morals? And that's what I mean by that is how do you relate to other human beings? How do you get something from other people? How do you trade? Do you use persuasion or do you use physical coercion? I asked this like 150 people. There was a few that, whether they pushed the wrong button or not, but there was 2% that said coercion. So virtually everybody, I don't care who they are and what their affiliation is. Maybe communists, but I don't think most communists would even say coercion. The citizens.
Yeah.
Persuasion. So people will pick this, and they'll pick this, and what's the next one? So now, which political affiliation would you attach to conservatives who believe in using physical coercion?
Republicans.
And what political affiliation would you? I mean, I should have asked this question before I put this chart. But which one would be, if you're liberal in your personal values, what party would you affiliate with? Democrats. But when people actually plot themselves here, they're somewhere here. I'm talking 98% of people. One thing I want to point out here is that we are the vast majority of people when you get down to personal discussion. And you don't have to be fighting over your personal values. And that, I think, is one thing that disrupts this party immensely. Yeah. This term, libertarian, or conservative libertarian, you might want to use that in some sense, but from a political perspective and how we try to work together, it's got to go. It's got to go. I'd like a chalkboard or a grease board or something, but this is actually better. So this is a boat. You got it's long and this is a rowboat right here, right? And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little weird there. But you take it evenly, figure this is a rowboat, and every one of you have an oar. I use this in the company all the time. Everyone has an oar. And it's bigger back there, so that's the aft. Bow is up here, whatever. So, but it doesn't matter. Rowboat, you can go either way, maybe. If all, we have 6, actually 13, but 12, you're out of the game. So 12 of you have an oar, and you're all rowing in that direction. How fast do you go?
Quick.
Call it 10 miles an hour, let's say, right? 10.
10 knots.
10 knots. If one rows the other way, how fast does the rowboat go?
Start turning. Basically stop.
It's going to turn a little bit, but you still have 5 out of 6. One oar is rowing the other way. How fast does it's going to go the same direction, little off, but basically same direction. What speed?
8 knots.
8 knots. What if 2 are rowing the other direction?
6.
What if 3, well, half, 6 are rowing the other direction?
We're stopping.
Where do you go?
Nowhere.
You go nowhere. Nowhere. But it's this curve is such that just 1 or 2 are not rowing the same direction. You really slow this boat down. This is an issue for our party. I'm trying to get to a philosophy, maybe we can all agree on, maybe, is that there's only a unique selling proposition for our party. And that's persuasion and voluntary cooperation versus coercion. That's it. That's it. So we've got one. A lot of policies out there to talk about, but there's solutions that we have, but they don't involve coercion. May have got off track. What's the next one here? I think that might be the one I want to talk about a little bit more. Flip one more and maybe, yeah, go backwards. So what's really going on here, go to the prior one. You You see Democrat, Republican here, so this is politics. This is going on today. Go on to the next one. Okay, but what's really going on? What's really happening here? What you've got is you've got conservatives as Republicans arguing for their personal beliefs. Personal beliefs. Got to go to church. Can't smoke marijuana. Don't drink. They're trying to convince the liberals to have the conservative personal values. The liberals, acting as Democrats, are trying to force their personal values on conservatives. When's it going to happen?
Never. In the gulag.
Yeah, you can't even force their mind. When's it going to happen? People are going to change their personal values. It's the same as introvert, extrovert. When are they going to change? So people have these ingrained personal values that they start when you're, I don't know how old, but whether it's birth or whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, we're picking up these personal values, right? Some folks are going to church, so they're learning this set of values. Some are over here learning another set of values. And then we go up to about whatever it is. When did people first become politically aware here? Just in your own mind, but I don't know, teenagers maybe. You have civics and high school, sometimes college. You get maybe excited about it, but when do you become politically aware? So you're building your personal values, and then you're splitting out. With the birds of a feather fly together. So you're then sifting your friends. If you're really into hockey, and you're meeting somebody who likes swimming, swimming, something else, and you meet somebody else like baseball, that person likes hockey. You go there, right? People have similar political values, they kind of float together. So then as we age, we become politically aware, then, well, gee, my parents are Republicans or Democrats, and of course that's what's heard out there, Republicans, Democrats, right? We're minor. So the popular things are Democrats, so they begin to affiliate then with those parties. Through osmosis, really. They don't really think about it. If they had to think about it, guess what? When you affiliate with one of those parties, you are agreeing to use physical force and theft against other people. If people thought about that, what they were doing, I think there might be some other choices. So this is what's going on, really. And so it's never going to end. Jim came up with the term conflict machine. It's an eternal conflict machine. It's never going to end. If people want peace, harmony, and prosperity in this world, this thing about shoving your personal values on each other is never, ever going to end. Constant conflict. And you see that now. It's getting worse and worse. So it says this thing about your car, how your car is, double pane windows, these kind of light bulbs, et cetera, this. Well, what's worse than that? Who likes, how many people in here, raise your hands, how many people prefer vanilla over, how many people have favorite vanilla ice cream? That's their favorite. How many chocolate? Come on.
Chocolate.
How many strawberry? Okay, we got chocolate and vanilla, okay. Stop, right? I got only 2 strawberries. So we pass a law, the chocolates win. Everybody has to eat chocolate ice cream. Every other flavor is banned. How happy, what kind of happiness have we got now? Because it really was only 30% that really liked chocolate, or 20%. But they won. They got the votes. How happy are other people? Well, their happiness goes down. Okay, but what happens when somebody gets all fired up and ticked off? Well, then, it's kind of like Republicans win, and then the Democrats get ticked off, and because these votes are what, 48 to 52, 47%. What did Trump even win, or what did Obama win by? These are small, so it's just a small shift here. So the other one gets ticked off, and they get charged up, and they win, and the yellow shirts win, and you get enough people to vote. Yellow shirts are the best thing there is. Everybody's got to wear yellow. This is being stupid, right? Way out on line, but this is what's going on. So now what happens? Yellows are any more happier than they are? Maybe because the ego goes, I forced other people to act like I wanted to act. But bottom line, all the other people that love to wear red or black, or what do you call yours? Orange,
Aloha
orangey,
casual.
aloha casual, or other colors. They're ticked off. So what's going on here? When we talk about this divisiveness getting worse and worse, why? 2,000 bills introduced in the California legislature 2 years ago. 800 passed. That's California, which I don't think is the worst. It may be up there, but it's not the worst. So across the country, what's going on here? We need 2,000 more restrictions on people's freedom. So the more and more it goes along this line with people trying to advance their personal values on other people, the worse and worse it gets. And sooner or later it collapses. What's the next one? Okay, so this wall is freedom. So just kind of picture this, obviously. You got to think this. So the wall, the dam is freedom. And guess who these people are? Libertarian activists. So libertarian activists, and the ones that are not active and stuff, but I mean, ones that are want to change things. We see cracks in this dam. This is cracking our freedom, right? So we got forced healthcare. We got this. We got that. And so what do? We run around, climb ladders, and try to fix all these things, right? And so, gee, we won because we got marijuana use and is it medical or whatever in Colorado. So we got these wins, and we got
We got recreational and medical.
Oh, we got it all. Okay, so they got it all, and so we have these wins, right? And we've got the school choice has been a big one the last couple of years. We've really made some major progress there. We think we're winning, and we did win some policy issues, and that's good. But what happens when you plug the cracks in over here? You still have pressure on the dam. And so what's going to happen? You get more cracks.
Yeah.
So if we solve this policy here, we got to go after it. Then another crack pops up. How many issues are there that a given individual human being would like to convince everybody else should do like I want them to do? Probably all of us, right? Something. Yeah. So we're going and fixing these cracks. But what's really the issue? You see that water behind the dam? What's that water? That water is the belief that democracy and majority vote, using coercion, which most people don't think of it this way, but using force, theft to advance our personal values, is that water. And as long as that water exists, you get more cracks, more cracks, more cracks, and all we do is go around and we try to plug cracks, and more cracks appear. So one thing I got it. You mentioned government, but that's one thing, kind of a pet peeve there in a sense, but it gets into messaging. Are we really fighting government? Are we really fighting the building or the politician? Or are we fighting the mindset of all Americans, except the ones in this room, of course, and our fellow folks? What do we need to fight? It's the culture out there that is the water behind the dam. And until you drain that dam, we're still going to get cracks. Now we can lower, and so who told me this morning that Paul, this guy's getting to be an anarchist, right? Okay, well, bottom line is until you drain the dam all the way, you will still be getting cracks in the dam, and we'll still be running, fighting these things. So if I really want human happiness, we're really trying to accomplish something here. What's the monster out there? It's the culture. But we perceive it as the politicians and the politics and the laws out there. And that, frankly, is just putting off chasing the wrong thing. I definitely believe we should be talking about policy, so don't get me wrong. But what's really going to have an impact? Caroline? I asked this of other people. So who can I pick on here? I don't know. I usually am an audience where you're kind of let's say
You can pick on me. I like
you can handle anything. So you guys have had a little controversy.
A little.
So what's going to prevent him from slugging you? What's your protection?
Me?
What's your protection?
Carbon fiber.
Okay, that's kind of interesting.
No, yeah, I have to protect myself, right?
How are you gonna, what's this protection? Is
I could
Adrian-
pass a law.
Adrian, just, I mean.
I can pass a law.
Nothing that can protect him.
I can be very fast.
Okay,
I could get the LNC to pass a
in the
resolution.
immediate sense, you got it. It's a ukulele, probably. I would go for the ukulele.
Me too.
So most people would answer guns, my fists, run, my big buddy. My son's like, I'm 6 foot, I'm a quarter inch taller than him. But he's 75 pounds more and it's all muscle. I like going through airports with him. So,
Mutual respect.
yeah. Or they say the law, the police, jails, threat about not. So in the immediate sense, the ukulele is true. And the fists and the guns are true in the immediate sense. What fundamentally sustainably would prevent A from hurting B or stealing from them?
Human respect.
Good answer.
Oh, is it mutual respect?
It's your values. It's your values, your internal values. It's that moral principle. I'm not going to use violence against others. I'm not going to steal from others. It's that moral principle that we have that prevents sustainability. That's the only sustainable way that we can have peace among us all. So who has that value? So where is the source of freedom? So we've got messaging such that, I was going to get into this, but I did it too early, but we have our rights and don't tread on me. So our source of freedom, I believe, is not inherent in us. We're not born free. I don't know how many mothers there are, but I'd say we don't remember when we were born, unless some geniuses here that have that ability. We weren't free. We're totally dependent on law. Totally dependent. So we're not born free, number one. Nice phrase, but we're not born free. And understood correctly, I got all these things, okay? But our freedom is dependent on other people's values. So our freedom is dependent on other people. It's not here. So our phrasing and messaging, think about that. What is your real source of freedom? Caroline? Okay, go on. So it's respecting each other, respecting our bodies and our property. You do not have to respect other people's beliefs. So one good example is religion that I use constantly. In America, at least the last several decades, I don't know how long, we have what I call perfect religious peace. So we have had a few people, I think it was Texas, unfortunately. Some guy goes into there and shoots, 15 or 17, kills 15 or 17 people in a church. I don't think it was there, unless I'm wrong, to change their religious beliefs. Another problem. Do we see Catholics coming out in front of their church on Sunday and watching and carefully and that looks like a Jewish person.
Not anymore.
You have to come. What's that?
We changed that after Vatican II.
Okay. But then we point a gun at them and say, you got to come in here. You got to physically come in here and you have to change your beliefs. That doesn't happen in America. Why? And I had to look it up once. There was 135 different kind of official religions in America. How, with all those deep personal beliefs that are somewhat different, how do we have this peace? What is it?
We have a value of personal respect for different beliefs and kind of embedded in our culture.
I mean, where these pilgrims came across and what was part of their reason for coming across. So this is very embedded in America, religious freedom.
I'm going to challenge you on that because I don't believe there is a lot of religious respect right now.
Oh, okay, I got it. Respect is different. Where have you seen somebody physically abusing somebody and trying to change their religious beliefs? To change. Now, so you don't have to, that's my point, is that you don't have to respect their beliefs. So lack of respect, I got it. I agree with you. If I get you correctly, I'm not sure. But So you don't have to respect the other person's beliefs. We're asking for other people to just respect our bodies and our property.
I would just argue for a second that what's going on in Gaza right now certainly doesn't respect the physicality and the safety of people.
I got it. That's in Gaza. I'm talking America. Okay.
It's in America as well.
Well, in America, I've not heard of anybody really aggressing against somebody physically to change their religious beliefs. The Mormon folks, I'm not being facetious, my background's Mormon. I'm not Mormon myself, but my family, my wife's, all come from Utah. And I very much respect their beliefs in many ways, though. They bicycle around, well-dressed, fine young men. I'm sure the girls, I've never seen girls. And they carry a Bible. They don't carry guns. So it's just an example. And if there are some minor exceptions, Pat, fine, there are some minor exceptions. But by and large, we have, if not in America, I consider perfect. I've never heard of it, the issue. So why do we have it? We have fundamental respect for other people's bodies and their property, not their beliefs. So whether there's hair long and shaggy, and they've got a beard over here, or they're clean shaven, or they're tall, or they're fat, and they're skinny, or this, just fine. Now argue all you want. Put up the signs, argue, talk, yell, scream, in a proper manner, sense, but argue. So it's persuasion, not coercion. What do we have next? So what I call a philosophy of human respect, and people recognize it as libertarians, it's quite simple. People should be, well, you think of anarchy, which is what I'm arguing for, but watch out, it's a little different how it's phrased. People should be able to do anything they want. There's no period there. They should be able to do anything they want, bounded, very understood, very clear, bounded by that moral principle of not using physical force against others or their property. So it's not freedom to do anything, but people should be free to do what they want, bounded, and that's governance. So it's a governance system. It's not chaos, which has become to be known as chaos. I'm guessing that it became known as chaos. I'm guessing that the rulers, the kings, back when, they experienced some folks that actually wanted more freedom. And of course, what did they do? They caused chaos out in the streets. And so the kings just turned around and called the ones that didn't want a ruler anarchist. No ruler, right? Anarchist out without ruler. That's its definition, without ruler. Not without governance, without ruler, a person. You might notice too that democracy is not demosocracy. The people rule. No, it's the person rules. Demos singular. Interesting. But so that's my philosophy. It's not different, but yet it's very solid, I believe. It's founded in our genetics. It's founded in a natural principle of how the world works and how human beings work. So it's a natural principle of human action. Messaging. Here's the question, and it's reasonably represented here. If we want to take account, how many females are here, how many males are here? On the committee? On the committee, you got 1, 2, 3 out of how many? Was there 14 or? Okay, 5, 4? 4 out of 14, something? It's kind of representative. The audience is a little more split, but still majority males. Why is our philosophy attached to conservatives and Republicans? Why? What is scaring females and liberals from our philosophy?
Our economics, largely, I believe, our economics are seen as not supportive of people who challenge lives before. We're seeing people trade, and narratives are created that somehow libertarians are cold and unfeeling. And somehow, incredibly, a narrative is created that believes that libertarians are corporatists. None of which is true.
Exactly. It's not our messaging. What's going on with our messaging? Our philosophy, I think, is if you actually take in, you'll see what is a libertarian, and you look in various sources. There's probably 10 principles And there are very good principles, frankly, in the sense of personal principle. They are personal principles. I believe that the philosophy grounds all of those principles as a fundamental grounding, but the rule of law, where does that come from?
Natural principle.
Okay. They argue natural principles, but they don't identify the natural principle. It comes from God or comes from something else, our rights. So you look at that, and they're more personal principles than they are, and they're good. Rule of law, do we want that? Respect for private property, do we want that? Yes. But if you go back to the fundamental origin of that, is frankly respecting each other personally, physically, and their property. And if you know any lawyers in the room, I'll ask lawyers, what's a fundamental basis of all criminal law? Your criminal law and civil law. Your tag? Your real, all civil law, all criminal law is based on that basic moral principle.
Liability.
Of personal harm or theft, criminal law, or not living up to your obligations, fraud, and civil law. Most lawyers can't identify that. But that is the basis of our legal systems. So my big issue, frankly, is when you look around the world, and we look around, and we've got 75% male and 25% female, what's going on here? And that's the part about what I said about rigorous thinking. What is going on here? So I believe it's a little bit to do with the fundamental philosophy, especially when you recognize where your freedom comes from, where our freedom really comes from. It's the values of other people. So we come across as interested in ourselves. If we came across more interested in, we value other people, I think it might help. But so I wrote down these. The individualism, properly understood, I'm great. I'm the individualist, perfect, beautiful. But how does that relate to somebody with a different personal values, so the liberal personal values? So the individualism versus family and community. So what are liberals and women more interested in? Family, community, helping each other, which we should be doing, but doing it through voluntary cooperation and not coercion. We come across as independent. Properly understood, right? But how does that relate to really the nurturing social drivers of females and liberals?
Seems like we don't care about people.
Yeah, it seems like we don't care about people.
And that's actually easily fixable. It takes time, it takes hard work and attention, but it's easily fixable because we've done it in Rhode Island on 2 different levels.
I'm asking for that. That's what I'm asking. How do we fix these things
Well, then,
and get our movement re-energized and really moving?
so what you do is you address, you create the understanding that the current method of supporting people, supporting the poor, fails for a number of reasons. Number one, it's costly.
Right.
It performs very poorly, and a great deal of money and wealth is accrued to the people who do it.
Right. We need to use those arguments. I got that.
All right. So the easy way to fix it then is to actually not talk about volunteerism, but to actually, dare I say, engage in it.
Exactly.
Which we've done.
People don't. They get the Koch group. Koch, and they come across as conservative. Charles Koch is a solid classical liberal. Solid. But he got all this, how do I protect myself in the short term? Well, who's the best ones out there? Well, they tend to be conservatives who don't want as much government. And he got a lot of crap for that. But bottom line, the whole organization has changed around to exactly what you're saying. There's I think it's sort of close to 300 organizations now which have been recruited and supported philosophically more than, but substantially on a monetary sense also, on helping show that voluntarism and voluntary action is more effective with alcoholism, recidivism, crime, homelessness. All these things are better solved. So there's 200-300 organizations supported by the group now that are directly oriented to showing people that works better than coercion. So then we come across this.
One more thing.
I got to finish here. They gave me so much time, and I actually said 60 minutes. So hopefully I'll be less than 90 minutes.
90.
What?
You're on the agenda for 90.
I know, but how long is it right now? Because I don't want to go over time. You guys got a big deal.
11:13.
I know, but how long have I been talking?
You've got
30?
26. You've got 39 minutes left.
We're almost used an hour.
51 minutes.
Okay, wow, okay. So we come across as selfish, properly understood, enlightened selfishness. If you're so selfish, you should be helping other people, really. But we come across as selfish, meaning, and then you look in the dictionary, selfishness is interest to me at the expense of others. Selfishness does not have to be at the expense of others, but we come across that way. I have my rights. So a lot of people base their libertarianism on rights. I don't, as you can see. How well does a bullet protect you from your rights? So there's a I think a gut feeling that something's wrong with that because it doesn't make people feel safe. It does in one sense, but gut feeling is no, because they know there's violence out there. They know that their property could be stolen. So that's not what protects you. It's the respect for, if you want to consider rights, it's the respect for the rights that have to be there for quote rights to have any meaning whatsoever. But how do we express this? Freedom. Anybody here use the word freedom? Ever heard that? So we're freedom. So you got the Young Americans for Liberty. So freedom and liberty. So properly understood, I got it. Beautiful. But that's not our real objective. And that's when you talk about freedom. Okay, how many of the girls want to run around the forest naked with the guys? Freedom is like freedom from, and you get the females and liberals are frankly freedom. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't want them to be free to do because if they're so free, they can attack me. They can harm me. So what do we really want? Which everybody wants, happiness and flourishing. So I just advance that we should be using the concepts of flourishing and happiness as that's what we want. Yes, we want freedom. Freedom is the condition. There's a few steps here. Freedom is a condition which gives you freedom to choose how to live your life. And that provides you happiness. So it's really, freedom is 2 steps away from what we really want. We really want the happiness and flourishing. Freedom is a condition of our environment, our social environment, which allows us to choose. And when we can choose what we want to do, whether it's vanilla, yellow shirts, or chocolate, we're happier. And we're happier, we're typically more socially tactful and welcoming and respecting of other people. So that's a messaging issue that I think we got. Again, I said probably understood, I got it, but I covered the political affiliation quadrant adequately. Is it really that it's liberals fighting conservatives and vice versa on a personal level? It's never going to end. So can we point that out? What messaging can we use to actually grab people into our philosophy? I mentioned before, but our only unique, in your marketing, it's called a unique selling proposition. So what is your unique selling proposition? What is there's a book written, Ruby in the Orchard, written by a lady, they're very well off. They have pomegranates, so pomegranate and what's the drink they have? And they have a floral company, huge almond company. They're, quote, farmers who live in Beverly Hills. I don't want to say it facetiously, but she wrote a book, Ruby in the Orchard, and it's about the pomegranate orchard. And it's a marketing book. Really understanding what is your core value that you have. So any business should do this. What's your real core value that you have to sell? And sell that. So our core value is, frankly, we desire for human happiness and flourishing. That's our core value. How we get there?
Human respect.
Human respect, freedom for other people to live their lives, bounded by respecting other people's bodies and their property. So it's the only viable, sustainable solution to peace, harmony in our society. That was what I had. So the philosophy, I think, could be better. I present one that I think is founded in human nature. The messaging, I think there's a substantial change we can do there. I believe our movement has floundered. We kind of stopping here. How do we get that traction? But the core is, where's that core value? Are we messaging it properly? And what can we do here? The party is in my opinion, at this time, a marketing tool, but a serious marketing tool. We did research on where people, come to libertarianism. So the presidential elections, particularly Ron Paul, that was the best one, I guess. But the presidential elections, big deal, really big deal. The advocates for self-government quiz, the smallest political quiz has some traction. Family and parents, a lot of it comes from there. But the presidential elections and other local elections are very important. One key thing I did forget to mention there is that when we're debating, if you get a chance to debate liberals and conservatives. So I did run for Congress many years ago, probably 30 years ago, and you don't get a lot of traction. But I was on at the time, it was Women's League of Voters. And they actually sponsored the presidential debates until the League of Women Voters, there's a letter that says, we resign, we're not going to do this anymore because the Republicans and Democrats are controlling and frankly, fraudulently working the system. And they stopped. They stopped sponsoring the presidential debate. Wow. But I was on a debate, televised debate, League of Women Voters. And so, you have an opening talk and you debate a little bit, whatever they call it, debate. And there's a finishing remarks. So I gave my very strict libertarian finishing 2 minutes. The Republican, first words out of his mouth, literally, I agree with everything Trish said. And then he went on to talk the Republican spiel. We have the messaging here. But in debate, instead of, I agree with the liberal, typically Democrat, I agree with the liberal on this issue here. Oh, I agree with the Republican over here. Saying about we're half liberal and half conservative, we got to stop that. Because we're not. Because both of them believe in using coercion. We do not. So when debating, I would propose that we really get trained up to where, I agree with the liberals' intent that they want to help this homelessness, whatnot. But their solution involves coercion, force, violence if necessary. Our solution is this, a voluntary persuasion and voluntary cooperation. Same with the Republican conservatives. I agree with their intent. In fact, I think the liberals agree with their intent. And the conservatives agree with the intent of dealing with homelessness. And you think the conservatives want poverty? No. So the intent of all is pretty common. So I agree with the intent. But your solution incorporates theft or violence. Our solution is, and make it very, very clear what our uniqueness is. And that uniqueness is persuasion and voluntary cooperation. So Jamie here gives talks. So we have it called an inside interview with folks who are trying to, how do we talk to people to actually change their views and trying to get them to agree with what we're talking, at least understand it and agree with what we're talking about. The ramifications get to where people got to stop. Oh, no government? Oh my gosh. Well, how would you solve the problem if there was no coercion used? Most people can actually work that through. How would you solve homelessness in your neighborhood there? Oh, well, I'd help them. I'd give them sandwiches. Well, what if there was 10? Have that many sandwiches. What if there was 80 or 100? Well, I'd have to form an organization. How would you get the money from that? Well, I can't put a gun to their head. I have to go ask them. And we'd have the Red Cross. We'd have as many organizations. So that's how I would do it. If they actually got the idea, number one, don't use force, don't use theft. So Jamie does a lot of talks in Russo. If you want to go further with what I've been talking about, please talk to Jamie. But that's my pitch. Since I want to talk to you, there's too much division in our party. And my point about the rowboat is that in our organization, the way I express it, okay, you have these views, you have those views. This is how we should do this project or not do this project. Or we should do the project like this or like that. I say, okay, there's some dissension ideas now. Let's debate. I love the debates. But now if we're into this, we talk, and we're kind of just repeating ourselves now. We've got to stop the debate. We have to act. In business, you have to act. You can't just put it all off forever. You have to act. So what are we going to do? So sometimes it's consensus. I don't prefer that. But if in fact there's a couple of folks that, hey, no, this is the way direction. My first question, can we research what you're talking about? Can we try your approach on some of our equipment? And the rest of it we'll do like this. Can we research it to find out? But the core thing is we have to move forward. And with the two people that want to row this direction, and they honestly want to row this direction, they firmly believe we should be rowing this direction. But you gotta act with the rest of us. I could be one of the one dissenting, frankly. That's not atypical. But we gotta act. And we want to, and here's what I say. If rowing that direction is wrong, if we go there faster, what advantage have you got? You'll find out you're wrong faster. And maybe we agree in advance, okay, if that really doesn't work by this time in this way, by these measures, we will turn around and we're going to row 10 this way. So you're out there and the Titanic sank and you're arguing which way you're going to go. Again, half want to go this way, half want to go that way. You know that's death, right? So agree with something and go that direction and decide where you're going to stop. So my point is, even if we have some differences on personal levels on how it is, how we should approach something or a policy, we got to go in we got to go in a given direction. And a couple of people got to give up temporarily. But we got to row this way with all your heart. But define if that doesn't work, we're going to go the other way. We're going to discuss it again. If material information comes up that would influence the decision, bring it up. But I tell you, rowing 5 this way and rowing 5 that way is nowhere. And right now we're nowhere.
Yep.
We're not moving the ship, this rowboat. And how are we going to get there? So hopefully, number one, you want to make a difference. You're here to make a difference. Sure be a waste of your time if you didn't. And what I say is X, but at least it requires some serious thought as to what's going on here. And why don't we have more women in our movement?
Here, here.
All right. So thank you very much. Any questions, whatnot? And you can argue, but argue all day long, and I'd be happy to do that at any time. You're the rest of the day. So I enjoy that, and I enjoy, frankly, if I'm shown wrong and somebody convinced me that I'm wrong, I'm fine. I don't need more money. I don't need any more kids or family or friends. I'm fine, great like I am. I feel real good about where I am, and I got lots of things to do. If it wasn't libertarianism, I get business things up at the kazoo that I can pursue that are fun, interesting, and keep me energetic. So if I'm wrong, I'd rather know that I'm wrong, and then I can stop doing it. Because it's not going to be helpful to anybody. Anyway, thank you very much, but happy to involve any questions. Woo! I'm fine if people are fine, because I know us, and us are arguers, and as proven statistically, I believe, more intelligent than the average. So you get a lot of arguments that can go on forever, though. So, but there's a couple things maybe I can find. If not, I'm fine to.
First off, thank you so much for being here and for the presentation. And I find it very interesting because I got into the Libertarian movement because of Edward Griffin and his essays on individualism. I read The Creature from Jekyll Island, and then through Freedom Force International, he broke down essentially individualism versus collectivism. I didn't know I was a libertarian, but when I discovered libertarianism, I said, oh, it's the individualist philosophy. I'm an individualist. So it wasn't the policy that got me to the party, although I like the policies, but it was the philosophy that eventually had me. And I think that's so powerful because we can talk about policies all day, but we might agree with Bernie Sanders or AOC on policy, but it doesn't mean I'm libertarian. So if we can teach people the philosophy, because we are a political philosophy, just like socialism is a political philosophy on the other end of the spectrum, then at least people can intuit understand what it means to be a libertarian, instead of spelling out A to Z our policy position, it just becomes fundamental as a world. And I think there's such big opportunity to do that now. I think that's why you're seeing a libertarian party in the United Kingdom, in Mexico, in Russia, in Venezuela. And literally, some of these people are getting arrested and put in prison because they believe in the philosophy.
You forgot Argentina, and that's like the big one.
Argentina, of course, were the most successful.
Yeah, do we have to go that far in America to elect a libertarian? And, putting across our philosophy is a social philosophy, because that's what it is. It's a social philosophy with political ramifications.
Yeah.
That's the way I express it. So really, the study is to understand, how do we relate to each other as human beings? That's the fundamental part. Anyway.
This is a level above where he's going. He's a level above the conversation you're having. It's the application of these principles in a way that we feel comfortable. My daughter, I came from the objectivist group. My daughter years ago said something, and she's right. You know the old word altruism. Objectivists hate that word, but in fact, one way to think about it is to consider that altruism is the ultimate form of self-interest.
You can think of it that way.
Within one's own concentric circles. Yeah. If you're serving your self-interest by doing things around you that's helpful, that's selfish. You're coming here as an act of selfishness.
It is. You run the meeting, Steve, so however you want to go, I'm fine either way. So you got your agenda and what you have to do. I can stay here all day, and all these people can stay here all day and talk about philosophy and whatever else. But you've got a serious meeting to run, and it's a serious group, a serious opportunity we have here for your work. So.
I don't know if there's any questions. I'll catch you offline. We'll have lunch later, and we'll address any questions.
Just a remark. I was going to say, I really appreciate how your philosophy is really well reasoned. One thing that really resonated with me is the motivation of happiness. I think there's a quote, can't remember who made it, it's not original, but it's the motivation of every man, the action of every man and every woman, even those who hang themselves. The human will does not incline itself to the least bit except towards that end of happiness.
Yeah.
And then something came to me while you were talking. People don't care how much we know until they know how much we care. And I think you're right. I think that needs to be front and center.
That's another thing. So
thank you. I just really appreciate it.
I would make a motion to pick up the keyboard for it. Any objection? We'll ring data 15. It's 10:52 right now. So like 11.
Are we taking a break? Yes.
Yes, 15.
Yeah, we chat all the time.
All right. We're going to call this meeting to order at 11:15. And we're going to move on to the most exciting topic, which is the chair's report. So if you read my report, there's a lot of rising action, falling action, rising action, character development. I gave it a 10 out of 10. Is there any questions about my report?
Can you read it?
It's on the OneNote.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Basically, talk a little bit about the last few months, the big opportunity we have with this inflection point, Project Archimedes revival, moving things forward with PDR and Defend the Guard, and obviously we need to fund those things. I think it's very clear as to what our situation is and what we need to do to collectively move forward. So take a look at it. But I think you guys on board probably already know the story. So just about it.
I did appreciate that the chair used Spanish in his report. I think it's the first time that a chair has ever used a different language in a report, so that was lovely. Thank you. That was the only part of the report I understood. It's funny because I'm Mexican.
Are you? Really?
Gallery people, you know. Sure.
I've noticed.
Well, I mean, if there's
we don't have any other alternates sitting in the audience.
How about whenever we vote, I could just go walk over there?
Or just don't.
I guess there's who's the primary? It's you, Keith, right? So I think as long as we understand you're the primary, I don't think there'll be too much.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna double.
If there's no more questions, that concludes my supplemental report. Vice Chair Czar.
All right, my report's already on the OneNote. You can read, so please read it if you wish to read it. Highlight from there is I'm out fundraising all of you by about 3/4 of the fundraising from the board is me. Get in the game. That's the challenge. That concludes any questions.
Comment?
Yes.
Do you always pose on people that hard?
Only when they need to be called out for action.
Mr. Lund.
I just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'll definitely try to give you a run for your money next time.
Awesome. I welcome the competition.
You guys don't want to see Sergeant Dar.
I want to see more of it.
We're gonna send him off to board order anger management. We'll just get really.
Treasurer's report, Mr. Redpath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, I received from our accountant at Joseph at All-in-One Accounting, the preliminary April month-end financial statements. I forwarded them to the board. They have not been forwarded to the public. I want to get them finalized before they go to the public list. But earlier today, I sent them to the board. And so you should all have it in your email inboxes, but as per usual, I think it's best to focus on the, is that page 4? I think that's, yes, it is, okay. That the bottom, because of the JFC, the Joint Fundraising Committee situation, until everything has been paid out, and the financial affairs with the Team Kennedy and the Joint Fundraising Committee have been totally closed out, I think it is best for people to focus to the bottom of page 3 of this 12-page report and page 4. And you can see at the bottom of page 3, as of April month end, we had total cash of roughly $200,000, and there were various liabilities on there, credit card balances. I do want to point out, and Hannah Kennedy's been doing a great job of paying down our credit card balance. It is now down as of April month end to $36,812. Now it's gone up a bit. It's back up into the low 40s currently as of now, or as of yesterday. But in any event, the credit card balance is way down. We were scraping 100,000 at one point. As of the end of April, it's roughly 37,000. Various accrued liabilities, about 44,000. So basically, cash minus liabilities as of the end of April is about $117,000 for the LNC. If you go to page 4 of this report, you can see monthly results January through April. You can see that the miscellaneous income has been going down. That the miscellaneous income are the commissions earned by the LNC on the joint fundraising arrangement with the Kennedy Victory Fund. You can see that the membership, the fundraising membership, has been pretty steady each of the 4 months. Now it's been under budget, but we have averaged, to be exact, over the 4 months, roughly $58,000 per month in membership revenue. That's pacing out to about $700,000 full year, unless we pick it up somehow. So that is, that's obviously a tight situation. So the fundraising situation does need to be addressed. In terms of the expenses, I'm going to have to look at one thing that jumped out at me looking at expenses, and it looks like it is tentatively a net operating income of $16,927. I just noticed this morning that professional services was a negative expense. That occurs sometimes when credits come through that outweigh your debits, but that's $55.89 in there, and I then looked down into the detail on the detail here, and there was a negative accounting expense for the month of April of negative $14,542, which strikes me as odd, and so that's something that's got to be investigated. Again, these are not final for April. You found it? Can you answer that question? Okay.
So that is, Kathy has negotiated with the Team Kennedy people to reimburse us for our audit fees this year, as well as a very large portion of our accounting expenses. And they went ahead and paid us for those accounting expenses and the audit fee, but we have not yet realized the audit payment. Larry hasn't sent us invoice yet.
Okay, all right. So
What's the total number?
It was 21,000 for the audit, and then there was another accounting payment of a little less than 4,400.
Oh, I see. Okay.
okay. So that is an anomaly, and it's going to be, once the audit bill comes in, we're going to see a large professional services amount for that month. So the fact that it looks like we have a net operating income of a positive 17,000 in April 25 has to be taken with a grain of salt. We pretty much broke even in April is the bottom line. So in any event, so that's the big picture situation with the current financial statements. I would also say that I got a cash report from Hannah yesterday, and it basically is right now where we have cash of roughly, that's going to be 50 plus 156 would be 206,000. It looks like we have about $206,000 in cash as of yesterday, and credit card balance is up to about 42,000, and a legal deductible there of about 2,000. So anyway, the unrestricted cash right now is about $161,000. So I would say this, that, and if anybody thinks I'm wrong about this, I mean, please speak up. But I mean, I think the claim that we are broke isn't so. We're not broke, okay? But we don't have a lot of money. Let's face it, we're a national political party. We don't. And right now, I mean, again, once it's going to be a struggle to break even going forward once we stop receiving the joint fundraising.
Which we have. That was the last payment.
That was it. Okay, all right. So okay. So in any event, that's it right now. We're pacing out at about $60,000 a month right now in terms of revenues. That's down historically what we have done. And I would also say that we're going to try to lower accounting expenses. Assistant Treasurer Patrick Mitchell has been working with Joseph at All-in-One Accounting. I'm going to be doing so due to other circumstances in my life. I'm going to do it, but I haven't been able to do it yet. But the goal is to lower the accounting expenses by bringing more accounting work month to month in-house. And I think we're going to start to realize those savings in the second half of this year. So I do thank Mitchell for doing that. That's pretty much it, unless people have questions, and apparently there's at least one. Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So what are our financial, assuming that worst case scenario, so nothing changed, the KBF is done, building hasn't been sold yet, fundraising is not taken off yet. We do have, for the chair's report, we do have people that just got brought on. What are our financial projections for the next 3 months? Like, what is our runway worst case scenario now?
Well, Mr. Chair, could you speak to the building situation?
Yeah. Because no, but not counting the building situation. Just like in case that gets delayed. Like I'm saying, worst case scenario, not counting the building. What are we looking at here? Because it seems, I haven't like fully crunched the numbers, but it seems like we've got like 3-4 months maybe if things stay, paying our bills, the credit card at the bare minimum.
I'd say 6.
I think it's not that dire, and I think that we have. Hold on here. I'm gonna find it. We would have about broken even in. Let's take a look here.
Because we only broke even in April due to those, because of the negotiation for the audit and then the accounting fee returns, right? Well, otherwise it would have been a net loss of 9.
To me, it would be, I'd have to number crunch that a little bit if I could. I would I would like to answer your question later in the day.
No, that's fine. Just some semblance of thinking worst case scenario. That's just how we have to do it.
Think about that, and before the end of this meeting, possibly later today, I would like to be recognized to address that question.
Awesome, thank you.
Do you want me to address the building?
I would, yes.
Okay, we might have to move to extend for 5 minutes if there's no objection. Objection, okay. So, so our neighbors next door, we were renting to them for some time for storage and things like that. So we built up a relationship. Andrew Watkins did a great job working with them on that agreement. And then of course we had a cash offer for $650 to sell the building as is to them. I went ahead and with staff, we looked at, okay, what would it cost to get to the appraised value of $840, which is the last appraisal, I think it was in December. I want to say or January. And so we took a look at the market. I enlisted Mike Porter of Target Properties to list the building. We never actually got around to it because we were trying to figure out, well, okay, we have drywall issues. We have, mold remediation issues. We have to fix the roof. It came in a little bit less than I thought it would. It probably would have been about $13,000 for the roof, about $5,000 for the drywall remediation, and then everything else. But there was still some uncertainty there as to what's the extent of it. I mean, I'm doing a remodel at one of our Wendy's locations. You take down the drywall, spend an extra $100,000 in concrete repair because you've got issues with spalling. So, given this current financial situation, given that we've gone through what I believe is our due diligence to try to figure out the market, because at this point we're entering the summertime. So even if we get everything fixed up, fix the carpet, tear the carpet out, maybe sell without the carpet, rest is whatever. By the time you factor in time, by the time you factor in monthly fees, by the time you factor in commission and repairs and level of uncertainty, we're looking at net, I think on a good day, we probably could have gotten between 100 and 150,000, maybe. And in a world where we were cash flow positive, I would have felt very comfortable to go through that process, but staff is already very, very limited on bandwidth. I don't want to pressure them anymore. We're not a JC or a GC. We're not a construction company to get all that done and to figure out the market. Another thing, when I spoke with Mike Porter, I said, what do you think of the current market given, basically Trump is getting rid of all these agencies and whatnot? I mean, that's good for us, but bad for us at the same time because we're trying to sell a building in DC. He said, gun to my head, I'm nervous, right? So typically in the summertime, it slows down, and then it would pick back up in the fall. So we wouldn't even have a chance, I think, to really get a competitive bid until the fall. So given that information, I felt that it was best to take the offer from the neighbors for $650 as it is. I tried to negotiate the shit out of them to get the number up. It is what it is. We were going to try to basically rehab the building the way they wanted it. Then they wanted archways, and paint codes, and this and that. And it got too complicated. So given our current financial situation, I think what we need right now is a bunch of liquidity that we can throw towards, once we get information back from the FEC about how we can use it. I know at least a certain portion of that goes from the general fund that we could theoretically use as soon as we get it, but we're going to wait, keep that in a little side fund until we know if we have to break glass in case, then we could start tapping in slowly. But I want us to have that cushion because I feel like it was existential. So that's where we're at. So we're in the process. Oliver's looking it over. We're signing paperwork. I signed my share. We're just kind of going back and forth between the attorneys. And, for what it's worth, they've been very accommodating on their side. And we're going through the building sale. So hopefully within a few weeks, we should have that finalized.
And when you say finalized, you mean under contract, or we would have the proceeds?
Have the proceeds. Yeah. Any questions on that? Mr. Thompson?
Not for you, but.
Okay, go ahead. I'm all finished.
So I was not aware that we rented the building out.
I think we did like storage or something.
For storage.
Right.
Okay. So I know some people have questioned if we do sell the building, how do we handle that money? Like, is it bound? But the answer to that's probably the same as the answer to how did we handle the money we got when we rented the building? Like, did that just go into was that released to the general fund?
I've talked with Paula Edwards about this, and it is my understanding that the LNC has complete freedom to do whatever we choose to do with the money, because it's not, what matters is not how we accounted for the money. What matters is how we accounted to the FEC for the money. That's what matters. And the thing is that nobody gave, it's my understanding that nobody gave, not one single contributor gave over their maximum amount, normal amount to the LNC when they made contributions to purchase the building. Now, if it had been a situation where, because you have triple the legal amount for buildings and conventions, I believe were the three areas where it's the normal annual contribution times 3. But since nobody did that when making the contributions in the first place, then we are not restricted on how the LNC can use the money upon sale of the building. Okay, that is based on Paula Edwards' research into the matter, and that is my understanding.
Okay. I was afraid that we had not.
We're at time for this. Do we need to extend time? Is there any other discussion? Motion to extend? 10 minutes, just in case. All right, 10 minutes. Any objection? Okay. So, no objection. Karen and then Mr. Malga.
Yeah, without mentioning a name, I'll get with you afterwards. There is one donor who says that they maxed out on both funds, that they did a yearly contribution to the LNC and then did the max building. Not sure if they want to name public, so I'll talk with you off.
Okay. I certainly would want to know about that.
Yeah. And there's another agenda item coming up in case anyone's will perhaps have a motion then, but we still have property in the basement. If we're going to have money.
We're working on selling.
Selling what? No, I'm talking about donations, historical donations from people in the building blocks. That people who gave money will promise plaques and things like that. That's another agenda item coming up in case anyone was wondering. That's all I was saying. It's got to be discussed later.
Mr. Malga?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify something for people that either didn't hear or just maybe not understanding. So the qualification, just because this has been misinformation that's been kind of spewed about, the classification for the FEC is different than our internal classification. So if we say that certain amounts of money are going to be allocated toward a particular project, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was registered that way with the FEC, which is why we can use the funds from the sale of this building toward anything that we, a rainy day, a savings account, whittle that down. But that's it. So there was just a misunderstanding of an FEC designated class versus our internal processes or whatever. So just to be clear about that.
Mr. Chadwick?
I was hoping to get a clarification on the timeline of events. If I recall, this board authorized the sale to move ahead. I think it was maybe in our February or March meeting. And am I correct that we acquired a realtor after that date?
Correct.
And then did not list it with that realtor?
It was never suitable to be listed because there was issues with it. So we're going to try to take care of those issues. That was decided that it doesn't make sense to me.
And do we have to pay a realtor the fee now of the sale, despite that they did not list it?
We're going to try to pay them. There's something in the closing statement that the seller or that's going to have to be paid out to the closing fee agency. I don't know exactly how it works. We're in negotiations right now, but hopefully it's going to be pretty painless. That will have to be paid anyway. So it's part of the HUD thing. I don't really understand it. I'm not a real estate attorney, but it should be pretty minimal, hopefully. But it's not going to be so much because he didn't do any real work. He helped us out, try to get some numbers, but that was about it. Thank you. Yep. Any other questions? All right. If not, we'll move on to the secretary's report. 5 minutes, Ms. Harlows.
One moment, I'm going to pull up the OneNote. The only thing I wanted to draw attention to, everything else is, well, there's two things. Everything else is in the report, is our upcoming critical dates. We do have to appoint a bylaws committee this meeting. The deadline in the report says 5/22. That might be moved up to 5/21 for reasons that will be discussed at another time. But in any event, there's no time for email ballots. It has to be done this meeting. The next critical date is by the end of this month, is for me to receive objections to the intended presidential vote totals. I have received some that will be on the agenda later for approval by the LNC. And then the next critical date after that is end of July, where I'll distribute delegate numbers to each of the affiliates based upon the presidential vote totals. The only other update I had to give, which these are all very convention related because that's what our dates are, is that I was just told by Mr. Seebeck he has completed a draft teller's manual that hopefully can be passed forward so the wheel isn't being reinvented each time. And everything else is in the report. I'll take any questions.
So for Tennessee, for example, the nature of their ballot access process, where we're either write-in or independent, more than likely, usually. So if somebody actually votes for a candidate in Tennessee, they actually have to attest to it to have it counted. Is that the?
Yeah, that's historically what's happened in the past. The motion is in the OneNote. I've only gotten 3 attestations. So if anyone else from Tennessee is going to attest to me that they wrote in our candidate, they need to get those to me, and it has to be approved by the LNC.
Any questions for the secretary?
All right, hearing none, I am.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. Okay, so next is report of special counsel. That is Oliver Hall, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it says executive session. Would some of this be an open session, or is it all going to be, I mean, since it's 15 minutes, I presume it's 15 minutes in open session, and then there would be an executive session. Is that correct?
Well,
It's usually part and part. Usually he says the public part first, and if there's anything needed for executive session,
Right,
then sure. Because sometimes it turns out it's not needed. We thought it was and it wasn't.
Right.
Oh, it'll be needed this time.
Okay.
I am going to see if he's available right now. Drew, how does Oliver normally connect? We used to have the owl.
We used to have a
intercom system. Okay. So he says 5 to 10 minutes to get set up because he wasn't sure exactly when we could get ready. So why don't we want to move over to the executive director report and then we'll let him slide there. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, 3 hours.
I will be solving. Your report? Yeah,
Yes.
1 second. This one on SharePoint, there we go. That's not very big, but let me see.
Control plus.
Let me, hold on and I'll move it over.
Okay, so you will note that the executive director's report looks a little bit different than normal. After meeting with Ms. Debbie Mason, we talked about the best way to communicate information to you guys, and she told me that this is definitely the way forward, so no longer will you get those too long wordy reports. I will just verbally explain it to you and provide you with pictures. So
she said we were dumb.
You
paid for that.
She asked me how many people read your executive director reports, and I said, maybe 2. And she's like, okay, you need to draw them some pictures. So I said, okay, well, we can do pictures. All right, so I'm not going to rehash the revenue and expense information because Mr. Ridpath covered that really thoroughly. I will just reiterate that we have received all of the KVF commissions that we will receive this year. We had projected for the year 220,000. We got 119,000. So that's a pretty big shortfall based on our expectations. But these numbers. Oh, and I'll also indicate that I put this report together so I could send it to Karen Ann last week. These are based on quarterly numbers. These are not based on as of April because that financial report for April didn't come in until yesterday. Karen Ann, if you could scroll down just
let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, membership. So we do membership reports. However, what we don't have is a 2025 membership goal, which I would love to bring to you, esteemed board, and ask if you would please consider setting one. We do have the goal from the strategic plan, which I've included there. So you'll see that tiny little orange dot up in the top right-hand corner. Okay, and you will see the blue line, which is where we are currently at, and you will see our trajectory this year. We obviously want that to go the other direction towards that little orange dot.
So we want up is what you're
We
saying?
want up.
Okay.
Yes. But if we could get a more realistic goal potentially, and I'm happy to help in, setting these things. For 2025, we could at least give ourselves a little ray of hope, because right now we're really far from that orange dot. And when I do these, I'd like to make it so that it's, achievable and we can feel good about ourselves at the end of the year. That's also very important. Karen, Ann, you could scroll down a little bit more. Also, I would like to bring to the attention of the board that sustaining members for the bylaws, is my understanding, count as both members that give us money every year and also lifetime members. Some of these lifetime members are not donating to us. So our financial support comes primarily from those 6,689 members, and very little of it comes from that 3,267 members. Obviously, lifetime means you don't ever have to give again, but maybe you want to. So I'm putting that on there just as an understanding that even though we have 9,000 some odd members, we aren't collecting money from 9,000 some odd members. We are collecting money from 6,689 members, which may be slightly down as of April. Let's hope not. If Karen, if you could scroll down just a little bit more. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to jump over to the right side here, and you can see the lifetime member donation profile. So this is the percentage of lifetime members who have donated in the last year. So that represents 12.5%. Some of them are one-time donations, some of them are recurring donors. I love those recurring donor ones the most. But you'll see no donations in the last year is a huge percentage. And so I'm presenting this to the board as an opportunity to perhaps recapture some of these legacy lifetime members who may wish to be re-engaged, get back in with the party and so forth. And so I'd really like to use that as a vector to start exploring opportunities to increase revenue with our current data. So I've also put together our year-to-date revenue makeup, which, as you can see, the majority of our revenue, this obviously does not include our AABF commissions, is in recurring monthly donations. So that's where most of our money comes from. If we could start incentivizing somehow recurring monthly donations over recurring yearly, over one-time donations, really pushing that hard, not only would that increase our monthly or our overall revenue, but it also would allow us to do better projections. So as Mr. Redpath covered, our projections for income this year were off. They were not great. And that is because we don't have good data to go off of in terms of, like, we're not dealing with a Planet Fitness model here. We have people that our revenue in February is vastly different than revenue in October, for instance. Because in October, historically, is the year that everybody signs up so that they can participate in the next convention. And so you'll see a huge boost in October revenue. That can send false signals to staff and you guys, which is like, oh, our revenue is way up. We must be doing something right. No. Frequently, no, that's not the answer. The answer is that we've hit a good month. And February is historically our worst month. And you can see in our financial reports that February we fell off hard, and we're like, oh no, what did we do? Nothing, really. It's just a matter of February's a bad month, and October's a good one. So this will allow us to normalize our income a lot more over the course of the year.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're great. Congratulations, Mr. Dar. Would step up and challenge Mr. Dar for a top fundraiser. Thank you. Got you right there. So our board fundraising participation goal is 100%. So that means we would like everyone to have collected some donations. Literally $5 is still counts as participation. So get somebody to use that link. Use the link yourself. I don't care. We're not looking at you know, did you cheat by giving your own donation? I don't care. The board fundraising total, 8,109. Now, granted, again, this is as of end of April. Nope, this one's end of April. Sorry, just making that clear. Mr. Dar represents a little over 2/3 of that. Mr. Nikela is next after that. So congratulations, both of you. Well done. You're leading the charge. But we still only have 6 out of 23 members, and I can name all 6 of you. And actually, well, it's Mr. Nikela, Mr. Dar, Ms. Harlos, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Coward, and Andrew Watkins. Those are your 6. So let's get in the game every night.
You guys can all fix that really quick by just becoming a $5 a month donor.
You got your link right now?
You could
You
strike it.
got your
You got your phone?
By that
Do it right
nature,
now.
I should be included too. Do it.
Did you use your link?
I need you to cancel my recurring donation so I can use my own link.
Yes, we can
Thanks.
do that.
I'm not kidding. I'm saying like actually cancel it now and then I'm gonna use my own link because I will get credit for this, damn it. So do that.
Okay, here, Nan, if you could go down a little bit more. All right, so these are our state affiliate services / initiatives. One of them I reached out to you guys about a few months ago, which was we need state affiliates to be registered on voter gravity. Why is that so important? Because the way that our candidates, our local candidates, are going to get access to voter gravity is through their states. Their states have free accounts. It costs them nothing. We pay for it as at national. We pay for our data and we pay for theirs. So it's free for them to sign up. All we need them to do is do it. And we'd love to have a contact for if that's either their chair or if there's another member of their board or if they have a specific candidate support person contact that they'd like us to use. We'd like their name so our candidate support committee can stay in contact and can move those candidates that come in through the candidate submission form. Yes, sir.
Do we pay additionally per state that registers or is it one? It's one
It
sum
is a flat
regardless,
fee.
whether it's one state or 50 states.
Correct. So we're paying $3,000 a month to have 14 states. We would also pay $3,000 to have 50 states. Yes, sir.
So when you mentioned voter gravity, Evan McMahon looked at me slightly threatening, and because he knows that we need more adoption of voter gravity across the board. So I would task the region reps to talk to your states and see. I mean, this is a great program. It really is. I mean, we were talking about the other day, and I mean, it's something that I think a lot of states could really go from having no candidate support infrastructure to having a really solid suite. So if we can get to 50 states, if your region reps are in your regional, state meetings at the XComs, it's a good value. I mean, what's the cost for an affiliate to adopt this? 250, I think. Is it 250 a month
Or
for voter gravity? To adopt this?
state affiliates are free.
State affiliates are free.
There's no charge.
And then it's the candidates that have to sign up.
Candidates can pay for services. I don't know what that fee structure is, but I can get it to you.
As a
Yes.
former candidate, it's 50 a month.
50 a month, okay.
Okay, so it's free. So
I believe it depends on the size of the district the candidates are running for. We had some local candidates, it was very inexpensive, less than that even. I think far below market rates for competing services, so it's very inexpensive and extremely useful.
Is there any restriction on a state acting as a proxy for the candidates? Like, if the state signed on, can we be like, hey, contact us and we'll give you the.
Oh, absolutely not. No, that's the primary way. Yeah, no. If the state is willing to do that, it's for candidates who maybe have a little bit more funding and would like to run their own searches and have their own access to data, they can pay for it. But otherwise, their primary vector is going to be through their state affiliate.
Mr. McMahon.
Ed McMahon, chairman of the Libertarian Party of Indiana. So we use voter gravity. The fee structure is Indiana as the affiliate, we pay nothing. Our county parties that run their own instance, they pay $50 a month. The minimum is $50. So if you are also a county level candidate or below, it is $50 a month. If you are a legislative candidate, it is $100 a month. If you are a statewide candidate, it is $450 a month for voter gravity. What we did is we offered a bounty or a reward system, which was if you as a candidate or a county party knocked on so many doors using voter gravity, the state party would reimburse your voter gravity bill for doing it, because that data, they're all all linked to us as the state affiliate, so we can see their dashboard for any of our candidates or our county parties, and all of that data filters out to us. We can export it in our own CRM, so it's highly beneficial for us in future campaigns, but also the candidates and the county parties are getting great information going forward.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Lovely. All right. So that's all about voter gravity, and that is something that you, as the region reps, can be directly involved in. And I would love it if all of the states in your regions were on voter gravity. Okay. Yes, sir.
Are you the contact if a state wishes to sign up?
Yes. Okay, so our unified membership program, right now we have 3 participating members. We do have the Indiana triples, I don't mean to leave them out, but the official unified membership program, the legacy program, has 3 participating states still. We are hoping to get that to 50 states. Now, not all 50 states will want to work with us, that's okay, we're not going to twist anybody's arm. However, we do want to revamp this program, make it more attractive, and start really fostering those relationships better with our affiliates, so that we can not only share data, but also share financial success. So when somebody signs up for national, we want them signing up for the state too. Go down to the minute.
That was all, I think that
Oh,
was.
here.
That's all that uploaded.
Okay, nope, that's my bad. It was on page 2.
I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
could you explain the unified membership program and how it works?
Sure. So currently, the way it works is that on states, state affiliate pages, the ones that participate, they can have a link to sign up for both their state affiliate and for national at the same time. So they'll be a member of both. And then the proceeds are split depending on how the donor, either how it's negotiated in the beginning, that there's a standard way to split it, or in some states, it really depends on the state and how they've negotiated. But essentially, the funds are split from that donation so that they would then qualify for both state and national membership.
You're splitting the $25.
So it would be, they would have to donate at least the minimum for each state. So for instance, if California is 25 and we are 25, they would be donating 50.
Okay, so what if somebody just becomes, I take it, that sustaining member, we still have memberships where people don't have to give anything. What happens in that situation where, say, is it possible for somebody to sign up to be a member without donating any money?
Not to national. You would not be a member. There may be states in which that's possible. Okay, there are, every state
Florida's
is
not
different,
legally
which is
allowed.
why this is kind of a larger project, because much like ballot access or something, like every state's gonna have their own bylaws, and we're gonna have to work with them individually to figure out the agreement that works for your state.
And I have another question, that is, to what extent is there data sharing back and forth between national and the various states these days?
So national sends out membership reports weekly now. Eventually there is, oh, Karen, you found it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for some reason, OneNote didn't want to display it, so I just downloaded it.
Thank you. Okay, so you'll see actually on this here, the state CRM solution at the bottom. So that has been paused due to resource constraints. However, at a certain point when we are able to once again pursue that, and we can work with states to get them onboarded to a CRM, to either Zoho CRM, or we can integrate their CRM, whatever platform they're on, with ours. We will then be able to share live back and forth. But right now, the most important data to share is national to the states, and so that goes out weekly. Yes, sir.
For our affiliates that are interested in joining the unified membership program, do we?
On my list.
What?
You guys are already on my list. I think your chair reached out to me. She reached out to me months ago, and I know we've got a couple more that are interested. So you'll definitely be in the pilot program.
Cool.
Don't worry.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify to Mr. Redpath's point, if you look at the bottom page of I think it's the last page of your report, it's broken down by LNC members that have donated year to date, whatever, and then monthly sustaining membership, lifetime, whatever. At the bottom, California, it is one of the 3 states, so it's split up. And then when this happens often, how do I join the Libertarian Party, whatever, I get an email at chair, I send them the unified link so they can do both. And I kind of have a template that I've already drawn up where I explain there's 2 different levels of membership. $50 covers you for the year, and then they can do a recurring thing, and it just goes on. So all the payouts to California are a result of they signed up through that link, money goes to national first, and then they cut the check for whatever unified memberships happened that month. So it's highly beneficial for all states. So you don't have to explain it. You can send one link, they can automatically renew, and then the LNC just cuts you a check. It's first of every month or first week of every month, something like that. And it just comes in easy.
And that is something that we would like to template, is making that easy for states to explain. Because we frequently at national will get requests like, hey, I canceled my membership, why am I still being charged?
Right.
And then we find out that, oh, it's through your state. So, then we find their state contact and we have them reach out to their state treasurer and whatnot.
Oh, sorry. Well, just the downside, this would be better later on. So if people start adopting Zoho, what we have to do in California is our secretary has to manually input those members into our CRM. So we use Neon, we have our own CRM. Once we hope to adopt Zoho, when the time is right, then they should speak to each other, so it should be fine. So sometimes it happens that they get an automated email from me that, oh no, renew your membership, or your membership's about to lapse on this, and I thought I just paid my $50. We have to cross-reference and double check. So when it's missed, you have to go back and do it manually on our end, on the state's end. It's fine for national, but so if you have to make sure that the secretary or the chair, whoever's in charge of memberships, is cross-referencing stuff in case there's confusion.
Do you know if the unified donation, would it allow someone to, if they wish, donate just to national or to a state?
I believe there would be their own contribution pages for that. So there would be a specific contribution page that's just.
My interest here was.
Now, possibly could we design a
If we
page
made
that
that
way?
the only way for people to donate,
Yes, right.
then we would funnel everyone there. So we would more strongly suggest that they donate to national as well.
Correct. Yes, that would be
some
my
people,
preference.
some
We just
people
could
may
never
not.
force states to do that. But
A state wish to do.
No, with that attitude.
We will help you set that up, sir. Okay, so Karen Ann was good enough to find the tail end of my report, which is just the staff project timelines. So these are for accountability for me and you guys also, so you know what's going on. What is staff actually doing? So first, database cleanup. In my very first meeting here at the end of 2023, Andy Vukovich gave a fantastic presentation on technical debt. Some of you may or may not have been there for that. But essentially, we owe a lot of it. There were a lot of things that happened in the city era that require and necessitate a database cleanup. We have duplicates out the wazoo. We have addresses that need to be updated. We are currently working on appending our data. And what it will allow us to do once we get a cleaned up database is to quickly implement all of these new database-based initiatives, which I will discuss a little further here. But before we can do that effectively, without having to go back and do a lot of work and make people mad and get things wrong, we must clean up the database. So we are projected right now to have that done end of August, at least to a point. I mean, cleanup will be ongoing, but at least to a point where we can quickly mobilize our database to help us with these initiatives. Recently, past couple weeks, we have brought on Mr. Perry Willis, and he is going to be helping us spearhead the Archimedes 2.0 launch. So Project Archimedes was the most successful membership and fundraising initiative in the party's history. We'd like to do it again, really need to do it again. And Mr. Willis was a part of that the first time, so he is back and would like to help us the second time, which is great. We are hoping to have that project ready to launch again by August. Mr. Willis just came on yesterday. His contract is 3 months. And so hopefully at the end of that 3 months, we will be ready to hit the go button on a lot of these things. Unified Membership Program revamp. So that is slated for November this year. That is not necessarily when we will bring out, we will be ready to pilot. Like, we may have already started piloting people before then, because we're gonna have to do some testing and work with some different states. But we'd like to have the agreements revamped, the understanding, the clear to legal and all of that. And also have sorted out all of the technical, like if this, then this, stuff. So that would be November. Yes, sir.
It's kind of a point of personal privilege. I have some state chairs that are observing, and they wanted to know if they could see the speaker. The camera apparently got moved off to the left.
Right here, you see me? Okay. Okay, so then we have our LP Action launch. So again, LP Action is geared towards fostering good relationships with our affiliates. eventually what we would like this program to look like is a resource. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with these state affiliate workbooks that Pat Ford and Jacob Bradley put together last term. But we essentially want to make that live and active and just throw resources at affiliates, like branding resources, templated designs for things, perhaps relationships with vendors. We would also like to, we'd also like to work more closely. There was a lot of damage done to, reputationally between national and the affiliates in the city era. This is an effort to repair that and make everybody feel like we're all on the same team. Now, in addition to soothing us emotionally, it also helps us from a branding perspective, because what we don't have a lot of in the Libertarian Party is we have a lot of individualism and not a lot of professional branding. And if we can more closely steer affiliates to professionalize the branding for their affiliates, that just helps us. That helps everybody, because then there's more eyeballs on LP, regardless of if it's LP Oklahoma or LP National. Okay, we also have the social ads campaign. So Mr. Matt Johnson has been working closely with us and the chair to pilot some LP Florida data in order to reach out to social media contacts and try to get membership, try to increase our membership that way. We are reviewing proposals right now, and I would hope to have something in the works and implemented by July of this year. Now you'll see we do have 3 pause projects here. PDR candidate toolkit. So that was something that was being actively worked on, and we did need to pause just due to lack of resources and expertise. The member login portal has also been put on pause. However, that one needs database cleanup anyway. So if we get to a point where we can start incorporating that again, I would love to. I think it's a really great initiative, but for the moment, there's no movement on that. And then the last is the state CRM solution, which we discussed. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I've several. One's the most probably important though. So I'm looking at the database cleanup timeline, and I'm sure you're aware, it's just something that's always on the top of my mind. Our delegate allocation debt cutoff is end of October. So we have to be able to give the states an accurate number of their sustaining members by end of October. So I just wanted that on your radar. I'm sure you knew that, but I just wanted to make sure. On the LP action thing, Mr. Thompson was around, I think, too, when that was first launched. That was the states loved that. There was all kinds of branding on there, and some of the historical items for like social media manager workbooks and the like are on Lpedia now as well.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I didn't know they were on Lpedia,
Yeah.
but we will be pulling those up and modernize. Okay, well, if there aren't any more questions, I just would like to remind you all that there is a ghost.
I do have a question. Yeah, could you please remind us, I think it's good to have everybody reminded as a board about who do we now have on staff as an employee, number one, and then number two, who are our contractors right now, and what do these people do? It's good. That might be in a written report.
Okay,
So-
sure. I actually have, I have an,
EPCC report.
Did you read my
I did not read your PCC. I'll turn myself. Guilty as charged. Okay.
I do have a current and up-to-date organizational chart that I had used when I was working with Debbie. And so I will be happy to forward that to the board just shortly, and you'll be able to see it recommended.
I was gonna ask, because we wanna obviously have some kind of goal for the year, instead of a long-term goal, we like to have some short-term things too. Did you, want to maybe work with staff and give us some recommendations as to what you feel is realistically feasible, given what we have underway that?
I'll give you 3 choices.
Okay, multiple choice, there's only one right answer.
Yeah.
We're libertarian, we only like binary choices, so we can do that.
Yes, sir.
The rat cards and travels.
I thought
We
it
know
would be.
they're out there, they're there. What's the turnaround time roughly if someone orders cash or employee orders rat cards this year?
Less than a week.
I'm sorry?
Less than a week. Yeah, there. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the pictures and the report. Next time I'd like them to be blank just so we can color them in ourselves. That would be a little bit just interactive. It's really important for us to be engaged.
Some dots.
Yeah.
I would like to remind everybody there is a fundraiser this evening. Justin Amash and Larry Sharp will be there. So if you want to rub some elbows, it's going to be on the 28th floor, the Madrid room. So please go ahead, purchase your tickets. That goes for everyone in the gallery also. I will send a link to Karen Ann so she can put the link up on the.
What's the time of that? When to when?
Starts at 7:30, ends at 10. So we can all
7:30
go
to 10,
in.
okay. And are there gonna be eats there? Are there good?
Light hors d'oeuvres. So I would recommend eating dinner first. But we need something to soak up the alcohol.
What's up for auction?
Auction necessarily. There will be door prizes for top donors though.
Right, thank you.
So top donors of the evening will receive door prizes. Oh, what's that? Oh, yes, Drew, what's that t-shirt?
And if you're going to donate, be sure
These
to
are
use
not yet available on the store.
lp.org/Johnson Donor.
Nice try.
Were you able to do this?
He will this evening. We have a So
Yeah, we have.
there are the new shirts that are not yet available on the store. We are going to have to please sign. And so top donors of the evening will receive one of these.
Nice.
No more questions. All right, thanks guys.
Oh, one more question.
Yes, sir.
How much is the event?
$60.
Thank you.
Mr. Darcy, and he's not really a couple also.
That's what I should have done. I should have donated $60 for
Really,
the event
yeah.
to my link.
You messed up.
Ron messed up, Ron.
Toward the end is the breakdown of all the staff versus contractors and what they do, hire dates. and all that.
Comings and goings.
It's only 2 pages.
Hey, how's it going, Oliver? This is Steven. Are you ready to rock? Hey there, I'm gonna put you on speakerphone, but I'm gonna see if there's, I wish I had a Bluetooth speaker or something like that, but. Oh, do you know?
It's the council's report.
Yes.
So
it's gonna take you to a Bluetooth.
so we're going into executive session.
We're gonna start out in open
I
session.
want to make sure.
And if there's anything we need to touch on in executive session, we can certainly move into executive session. Do you, is that gonna be a part of your report? Executive session. Okay, okay. So we'll start off an open session and we'll make that into executive session.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to present my report. I think, as always, the report more or less speaks for itself, so I don't think I need to elaborate on anything in particular. But I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have about any of these items or anything else that's not in the report. I just wanted to make one comment about the report, and that is this term, I spent a great deal of time representing the LNC, mainly because there were 2 different derivative suits that we had to deal with, 2 special investigative committees, the joint fundraising committee. There was just a lot going on, and that's all included in the report. But I guess just wanted to make a note that the amount of time expended on these and other matters may.
Are you saying you want to raise, Oliver?
And of course, I'm happy and always prepared to deal with. But I guess I just wanted the LNC to be aware, as I'm sure you already are from the amount of time it took for the LNC itself to deal with these and other matters. The same is true for me. Having said that, I'm happy to answer any questions or address any issues you might like.
Do we want to go ahead and move into executive session? Sir?
Yeah, I would move, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
For discuss,
need the
to
purposes.
discuss legal issues.
So I'm not going to object to going into executive session, but I will leave. I would just like the record to reflect that Mr. Chatterton has broken attorney-client privilege and other members of the LNC have leaked confidential information. So I do not want to be deposed. I will go get a drink and you guys can have fun.
As a point of order, I would like to object to Mr. Maligan's characterization of such thoughts of
Policy manual.
I would like to object to it as well.
Mr. Chair, for the policy manual, I'm allowed to state my reason for leaving executive
able to
session.
speak without interruption. Mr. Maligan has made an unsubstantiated claim against me, making direct and specific allegations that he has not substantiated. And if he wishes to continue to carry those, I would ask that he should try to prove his allegations through proper disciplinary procedure. But I don't think he'll do that.
Mr. Chair, I submitted screenshots of the Mises Discord where he was leaking confidential information that was presented to us by LNC counsel. So this happened 3 months ago. I would just like that noted for my reason for leaving executive session. You can all have a.
Mr. Martin, and then Mr.
I would just object to the characterization of attorney-client privileges should be inuring to the benefit of the organization. I think that's something that would definitely apply much more strongly in an open proceeding. But I don't think that that would constitute, like, I can see, I'm just gonna say, I'm not sure, I'm not sure Mr. Maligan understands what he's saying.
Mr. Thompson.
No, sorry, mine was more of a point of personal privilege. I just wanted to reiterate that an argument is not a point of order. Right. A point of order is a procedural issue.
Point of order is unsubstantiated and specific allegations being made against me.
Personal privilege. As an example, sure.
My argument's much more mundane. Should we append, after going into executive session, going to lunch, to the people in the gallery who are sitting there for an hour only to go to lunch?
Yeah, I second that if that's in order.
Go to the gallery sitting, go out to the gallery, go out and have lunch.
Is there any objection to adjourning for lunch or recessing for lunch after executive session or after the special council report is over and then reconvening? I guess once it's finished, we'll break for 90 minutes and then we'll come back whatever time that everybody's ready.
Mr. Chair, I just want, Mr. Maligan, because there was so much, does that reflect what you wanted in the minutes on the screen?
I'd say broken attorney-client privilege and
Okay.
I object to that classification. That's not been substantiated. And if there's a specific allegation.
I will note your objection if that's satisfactory to the chair.
Question for Mr. Maligan.
That's appropriate.
I'm at the chair's disposal.
It's all right, Mr. Chair.
broken. Broken attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I'll take that. And you said other LNC members have leaked confidential information?
Correct.
Okay. We'll note Mr. Chatterton's objection.
I'll stay until it's official.
Mr. Gordon.
Question. When you say he's broken attorney-client privilege.
I am not the chair. I'm not taking questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Just want to make sure you understand what that
All right, let's keep
means.
this germane to the executive session motion. Where are we at? Anybody else think you recognize? Okay. Is there any other discussion on whether or not to go to executive session? All right, hearing none, is there any objection to going to executive session at this time? All right. If not, the gallery can please clear the room, all non-LNC members, and we will plan on whenever we're finished up, 90 minutes after that. So, yeah, I think
Drew,
find an LNC member.
Drew, you want to stop?
Right,
You want me to stop the live?
2 o'clock at the earliest.
Yeah, before we start the session.
Making fun of me.
You're on.
First of all, I would never believe.
You're on.
Paul would never believe that I would make fun of it.
You're on.
Actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you're here. You've been removed. You've been relieved of your duties given your terrible joke earlier. I believe it's Paul's time to shine. Please leave. Don't make us go to the bar. They don't open for another hour.
We need to get this ended quick. No one has any questions, right?
Nope. All right, never have questions.
We're gonna gavel back in at 3:17 PM. And the first item is Region 1 report. So Mr. Chatterton and Mr. Martin will give your regional report.
All right. So as we did submit a written report for this, so that is available on OneNote with the detailed reports from each of our 15 states. For the verbal supplement, I'll just give some highlights. We had a lot of great activity in Region 1 since last meeting. We had several states engage with their state legislatures to positive ends, particularly with notable items from Nebraska, Hawaii, Michigan, Colorado. The Nebraska LP successfully achieved some press coverage, attending a town hall for one of their national senators. We also had good efforts from Hawaii in opposing some illegitimate actions that are likely a violation of state law with regard to their handling of some vote list issues that they're refusing to provide and should be providing. In Michigan, we had some great start to the year. We've had 3 candidates qualified to get onto the ballot for elections this fall. Overall, I think the Region 1 is doing very well right now. We've got a lot of positive development and growth around the region. However, I would state there is a very strong opinion of Region 1 that is very unhappy with how the LNC is operating, as mentioned and discussed earlier with regard to the region representative. And I think that, as we talked about, those tactics are not new. They've been used in Michigan. However, very different ends. In those cases, objecting to issues that were coming from people committing fraud. And I think in this case, these are being used simply to trip up and slow down political efforts for political motivation. And we have a large number of our states that are considering very drastic actions in response, and I'm happy with this. So we should see those kind of things stop. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Martin if he has anything to add. Or
If you have a question.
Just more of a comment. I agree with Mr. Chatterton. Some of the political stuff that's been happening, I mean, that's why we no longer have Mr. Heyman or Mr. Garcia. So yeah, a lot of the political stuff that
I'll speak to that. I'll reclaim my time.
Really terrible, I agree.
I led the charge to remove them because they were lying to the state chairs. They were not being honest with us. I'm not afraid to say that. Don't feel like I was getting the full truth of what was going on. And then
So brave,
when we told them what we wanted them to do, they didn't actually do that. They lied to us and said they would. And if they're going to vote differently than how the chairs want, at least be straight with us about it. So, and then when we repeatedly tried to vote things forward, nothing worked. We had to keep going through and re-electing people. Here we are again at another election, and our people once again are not able to express their will. So the 15 states of being Region 1 are being very badly disenfranchised by this body, and they are considering very drastic action. That's no understatement. That is an understatement. This is bad, guys. And this.
We're at time.
Does that include the break from Mr. Malabon?
It was over regardless.
Okay.
I would like to move to extend 1 minute.
Is there any objection for extending 4 minutes? All right, you got it. Charles?
Nobody is being disenfranchised. I'd like to read to you from Roberts. If Mr. Wiley's election was sustained, it would have been appealed to the JC and it would have been overruled. Roberts 4649, if an individual does not meet the qualifications for the post established in the party bylaws, while I added in party, his or her election is tantamount to adoption of a main motion that conflicts with the bylaws. This is not any kind of gamesmanship. It is clear black letter Roberts. If people are considering drastic action because they don't agree with the bylaws, there's nothing to say about that. We're not going to violate our bylaws.
Documented precedent in this body that we have not treated lapsed membership in the same manner.
That is
happened numerous times that people's memberships lapsed and were allowed to be removed. And this issue was remediable at the time. And as soon as it was brought to attention,
they weren't originally elected. They were already elected.
If I could respond.
We're at time, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna go with the.
If I could extend just for 30 seconds.
Any objections?
I object.
Yes.
Is there a motion to extend?
if this, I don't want to waste you guys'
No,
time.
no, no, are you making a motion to extend that?
Yeah,
Okay,
if that's
so-
okay, but if I make a motion, I'd like to extend it by 4 or 5 minutes, so we just have a chance to air this from Region 1. I think they would appreciate it.
Is there a second?
I object.
All right, all in favor of increasing time to 5 minutes, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, we're not going to be able to increase time. Thank you very much for your Region 1 report. Next is Region 2, Mr. McGee and Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I have submitted my Region 2 report, which is something this report. That's all.
Mr. Dar.
The report has been submitted for the region. I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay, we took our.
So I believe we're at lunch now.
I motion
Hear a motion?
Second lunch. I mean, the region. It's like second.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Region 3, I submitted a report. I would, with indulgence, like to just point out that Oklahoma got 7 Libertarians elected, 3 of whom were running unopposed. But one of the 4 that were elected in a contested race is their first mayor in Oklahoma history, one with over 82%.
Wow, all right. Right on. Maybe we can do a write-up on the list.
There was a Facebook post right after the election.
Any questions?
Well, no, just in honor of Mr., as a former treasurer, Mr. Hagopian, we should break for second lunch. I think that's appropriate.
These are questions about the region reports.
No, I think that's it for regional reports.
You called for any questions?
Yes,
Just point of clarification.
For Mr. Thompson. Next up is reports of standing committees, APRC, Ms. Harless.
I won't need 5 minutes. There was nothing in the policy manual that can be reported in open session for function.
This is good report. Audit committee report, Mr. Bone.
Just a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You want me to come up there or am I right here? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure this will be the most riveting report of the day. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I'm sure this will be the most riveting report of the day, as it always is. I did submit a report. I want an honest evaluation. Raise your hand if you read it. All right, not too bad, not too bad. I'll go over the basis of what happened. I haven't read my full time either. The audit committee, who's comprised of Kathy Yanuskevich and also Doug Neville. Doug, stand up so everybody knows who you are. I am chair of that committee. We had agreed early on that we would use the same auditors last year. Some of the reasoning for that was the fact that we would gain some exposure and efficiencies having an auditor do it the second time. Especially, we thought it would be a bad year to change auditors with the joint fundraising agreement being added. And the auditor was accommodating to us, actually didn't charge us any more than he did last year, even though there was some extra testing involved. The Joint Fundraising Commission. I will tell you the audit was done between mid-March and mid-April. We got an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. For those of you who are not auditors or accountants, that is the highest assurance that an auditor can give that the financial statements represent fairly the transactions of the parties. So you get an unqualified opinion. We have not released the draft yet to final. We actually just received a draft yesterday, so Doug and Kathy and I have not had a chance to review it. The holdup was in the area of litigation. As again, some of you are accountants and auditors know, there has to be a mention of any litigation in financial reports. Usually it's just stock language. We reviewed
all the potential litigation going on here, current litigation. And as of Thursday, the auditor said that his footnote that is in the current statements is sufficient and no additional mention will need to be made at this time. So hopefully, I would expect that Tuesday night, we've been meeting regularly on Tuesday nights. I would hope that this Tuesday night we'll have reviewed that draft. We will then finalize it and then issue it to the public. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Do you want to talk about the management letter?
Yeah, there was, I recommend everybody, even if you haven't read the report, I recommend that you go into the OneNote and read the management letter. Kathy, you don't happen to have that.
I do.
Would you like to, mind reading the portion that and just as a aside, auditors don't necessarily, it is incumbent upon the auditor to issue what's called a management letter, just to recommend ways that we can be better at recording our financial transactions. So if you don't mind, Kathy.
The relevant paragraph are, during the audit, it came to our attention that a disbursement was made to a payee without obtaining authorization from the board of directors. This occurrence underscores the importance of instituting stricter controls and oversight mechanisms to safeguard the organization's financial integrity. It is recommended that a designated member of the board of directors take a thorough review of the organization's bank statements on a monthly or basis. This review will specifically focus on scrutinizing cash disbursements, examining payees, and evaluating amounts to ensure consistency with authorized expenditures and adherence to the organization's financial policies. The member chosen to do this should initial the original bank statements to document the review. The implementation of this review would strengthen internal controls and help mitigate risks associated with unauthorized financial transactions. By establishing this oversight responsibility, the organization can promote greater transparency and ensure the integrity of its financial operations.
Okay. Not unusual for a auditor to issue certain things. Again, they're not binding, but just basically helpful information. So now,
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn, for your report and your service to the audit committee. It was riveting, as you promised. Just a reminder to everybody here, as we have the PM motions that are coming up, a lot of the verbiage that was done for some of the motions was based directly off of this recommendation. So I don't think it would be, it would not be inappropriate to say that the audit committee also endorses the policy manual amendment changes, since all 3 members of the audit committee are on the special investigatory committee.
I will add to that, though, that the audit committee did discuss the issue about a financial committee, and all 3 members have endorsed that as a means to help internal controls for our booking system. So we do endorse that particular PM. The other PMs we did not discuss and did not have discussions as well.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, yield my time. Thank you, everybody.
Next up is. We didn't never got one. So this would be supplements only the first reports. We'll just have to let them know.
Well, I mean, I can speak to the ballot access committee situation. It was my understanding, Dustin Nana, who's the chair of the committee, or was, I'm not exactly sure of the formal status of the committee at this point, but I will say the ballot access committee, I mean, it was a busy time up until September, and then since September, I would say, Madam Secretary, you were on the committee, but it seems to me since September it's been dormant completely. It's my understanding that I know that Dustin Nana has been busy with a new job in Columbus, but I mean, I talked with him once on the phone, but I've had like one contact with him in the past 6 months. So I don't know that we're going to get a report from Mr. Nana or the Ballot Access Committee at this point regarding 2024. I suppose I could work on a report. If you want me to write a report, I will do so, but it's, I want you a little while to do it, and I've got other things to do. I think give me that kind of report. All right. I need to work with the committee on the last, so that we can formally close the sunset the committee and then have an opportunity to actually reinstate. Okay, all right. Well, people saw we're going to have an executive committee meeting regarding $14,000 encumbrance with the Arkansas Valley Drive. They are doing very well in Arkansas right now in terms of gathering signatures, but I think they usually when they get on the ballot, they run several score candidates for office across the state. So I think it's a worthwhile endeavor to make a reasonable investment in Arkansas. I'm also working on a document that I think I will be able to email people. The question was asked, what do we need to do in 2026 in various elections in order to have a presidential ticket on the ballot for 2028? Just about done with it. I should be done with that tonight or in the morning, and I plan on emailing that before we start our May session. I don't think it's going to impact anything in this meeting. In Arkansas, we have to get 3% of the vote for governor in 2026 in order to retain. We've come close in the past, but we've never done it. There, I will admit. But that's the situation right now. I would say, personally, I would say that Maryland, after Arkansas, Maryland should be a state that we look at because we can petition there right now. You know, petitioning is probably relatively less expensive right now than it's going to be in 2026. So that's about all I can think of right now on the topic of ballot access. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
I've actually, I'm trying to pull up the policy, but I have a question for the chair. Since Mr. Redpath indicated, he's probably going to be the one finishing up the report, would it be appropriate at all at this time to at least appoint one new member of the Ballot Access Committee, that being Mr. Redpath, and soliciting more applications to fill out the rest of the committee?
I don't think we can until there's a resubmission. It could be in a back and half, but it has to be some kind of that we can accept and say.
I'll do it regardless.
I was just going to say, I'd recommend maybe reaching out to Ms. Hayes if she has a little bit. Maybe she can help me. She's on ballot access, if memory serves. Just because if we get something even submitted via email at the next meeting, virtual meeting, we can knock this out and get it done. I mean, I don't have any opposition to any of the meetings that we're submitting for ballot access, so call it a day.
I was going to nominate myself for the committee, but we're not going to be doing that today, so.
Any other questions? Done. Next is the EPCC, Ms. Yaniscap.
Yes, I submitted my report confidentially, and it is in the private only. If anyone has any questions, we need to talk about it in the executive session. Are we going into executive session again this week? Tomorrow?
Ever?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we need to call, we just don't have a motion to move to executive session. I don't see any automatic.
Yeah.
Oh, COC.
Is it germane to the things that we voting on coming up?
Your report.
No? You didn't read it? It's fascinating.
Well, it was no audit committee report, to be fair, but it was up there.
Do we need to hear it together to advance with the meetings?
Yeah. I did list out the staff and the contractors and some information about that. I've heard a lot of questions. I've heard a lot of wrong numbers out on the internet, which is always right, about the number of staff that we have. So
There is precedent for the staff we have and the number of staff we actually have.
okay, well, read my report.
That took me a second.
There's been a few new hires. I guess I can talk about that, right? Okay, yeah. So we hired, Larry Sharp as on-commission fundraiser, and also Aaron Ramos.
Yes.
As well, commission basis only. We also hired Perry Willis to work on Project Archimedes. And I mentioned that. And that's it.
If we cut Drew, is now a good time to mention? No, I'm just kidding.
It finally happened? Oh, it's the hair, isn't it?
No hazing this up.
All right, is that, any questions for TCC? If not, then we'll go on to Historical Preservation Committee.
Nothing to add to my report.
Information Services Committee, Mr. Dar.
Nothing to add to my report.
Then that leaves us with reports of special committees and projects. Ethics Committee, Mr. McGee.
All right, Mr. Chair, I submitted the recommendations together by committee.
Yeah, I will.
So just to give some background, at the last in-person LNC meeting, the committee was created for the purpose of, on the recommendations of Gary Mason and Provision as chair, to put together a paper grading standards and best practices document, especially for public-facing communications. And subsequent to that, together a survey sent to all the LNC, thank them for their contributions to that survey, as well as meetings with Debbie Mason and parliamentarian Jonathan Jacobs, and incorporated their recommendations as well as discussion of the committee subsequent to that. And the result is what you see in the submitted report. The recommendation is that the recommendation sections be adopted as a new section of the policy manual, subject to the proviso that these go into effect upon passage. And I'd like to move that.
All right, we have a motion to adopt the recommendations of the Ethics Committee policy manual. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Say, Mr. Malagon, to speak to your motion.
No, it's good.
So coercion then.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have some comment, and I meant to send them to Mr. McGee ahead of time, and I'm sorry, I'm going to be pulling up notes on an older version. I know you made some changes since then at one moment. So in the introductory paragraph, it talks about which things are subject to disciplinary provisions and which ones aren't, but that actually isn't part of the policy manual. And I think it needs to say in the policy manual, because this is just a background that 5 years from now, somebody might need to go back and find out the intent of the motion, because right now it's not clear in the language that would be in the policy manual which things are just aspirational and which things are not. So I think somewhere in there that needs to be added.
Actually, it is very closely in the section where you have the behaviors that will not be tolerated, and then the later disciplinary procedure. It refers specifically to the code of conduct, not the best practices.
Okay, I appreciate that. Here's I just highlighted where I had some concerns. I think Steve, in a recent interview, Steve handled this well, but I think there's a question where it's like, be loyal to board decisions. What if, and I'm not referring to any past situations, these are all completely speculative. What if an LNC member believes that the board is doing something unethical or violating the bylaws? Or so basically, there's no whistleblower protection is my concern. I'm just going to go through these quickly. It says LNC members can't choose when they're acting in a personal capacity. I do think there are times when you definitely are. I mean, when I'm working at my job, I'm working as a paralegal. I'm not working as an LNC member. I think that statement is very, broad. Portraying the LNC in a best light, I think, is very subjective. There are some people that if we just say, well, something came up with Region 1 that they don't think it's portraying the LNC in the best light, but they're going to have to accurately represent what happened at the meeting. So they shouldn't be punished for that, even though to some people it will not represent the LNC in the best light. I don't think we can dictate what people do with their passwords. I know it's not dictation or even suggest on your personal online accounts. I don't think that's the LNC's thing. Now, under the codes of conduct, LNC members should not make comments that undermine faith in the LNC. Again, that is so subjective. I can use the example I just used with Region 1 before. This is public-facing communications. It says LNC members shall not engage in ad hominem against fellow board members. I totally agree with that, but does that mean they can do it in private official communication? That they're only not allowed to do it in public? I think we should avoid ad hominem, whether it's private official or public official. We should just always be avoiding that. Also, members should not rehash boardroom arguments. To me, this is, I understand the intent behind it, but the bylaws give any party member the right to appeal an LNC decision. And that includes LNC members, but would that be considering rehashing a boardroom argument or undermining a decision? Because I don't think our policy manual can take away rights granted to every single member of the party, including LNC members. Also, LNC members shall not speak to the media except on matters the board has already passed. It doesn't limit it to just things having to do with the national party. So if something went on in, say, Michigan, could Mr. Chatterton not speak to the media about a Michigan matter? So I think there is some additional, well, there's more, because I said no whistleblowing provision. Also, we already have a harassment and offensive behavior section of the policy manual. I think these two should be combined because they kind of repeat each other. And the harassment and offensive behavior section has a provision for confidentiality of complaints, because some people might not want to lodge a complaint with the chair or vice chair if they're not going to be kept confidential as possible, and that to the extent possible, they're not going to be retaliated against. Also, can anyone make a report? Can a member make a report that they think an LNC member violated it, or is it only LNC members that can make reports? Also, potential of damage is so, it is very vague. Executive session warnings, that's not a permissive session, I don't think, unless somebody's making an argument that it's litigation. Putting specific numbers in a policy manual or any document, even the bylaw, is not recommended by Robert's Gazette change, and then all of a sudden you're referring to a dead policy manual section that doesn't exist anymore because somebody made amendments to it later in the future. Also here, I think we need to make some specifications for regionals. So for instance, the only thing a regional could be subject to is a censure by motion. I don't believe that we could do a disciplinary censure against a regional. Can't do a suspension, but maybe. No, I don't think we can do a suspension against a regional. And only regional chairs can remove a regional from office, with the exception of Region 1. Region 1's regional agreement allows the LNC to remove representatives, but that is highly unusual. Most regional agreements do not have that. So perhaps something needs to be added that for regionals, the LNC has a resolution requesting their resignation or requesting that their chairs remove them. So in other words, it seems so very lopsided to at-larges and officers, and basically very little for regions. So to me, I just think there needs to be a bit more workshopping. Though I'm entirely in favor of the concept of it and really appreciate all the work that you did on this.
So I would love to give you an opportunity to respond, but I can tell you my intention is really to recommit it for additional workshopping. But I'd like to hear what you would have to say about that.
Well, what I would say is that, especially the hypotheticals mentioned, that this process really more just spells out what is outlined in Roberts. It's not intended to supersede the normal appellate process. So engaging in the normal appellate process would not be considered a violation of the code of conduct, because it's specified through the bylaws, as you said. So it's not intended to supersede that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that it can be used that way. I'll get in mind, I do wish to make a motion to recommit, but other people wish to speak.
Mr. Malagon and then Mr. Ryan.
So I'd like to thank the ethics committee that put this all together. Mr. McGee clearly putting this report together. I'll just remind the board that there was a lawyer on this committee. The now chair was on this committee, and this was his idea at the time. This was, I believe, created in Rhode Island in December, if I'm not mistaken. We had a parliamentarian that assisted with this, with the drafting of these policies. We also had a professional nonprofit board consultant do this. The TLDR of this entire document is, would you be able to do this kind of stuff at your professional place of work? If the answer is no, do not do that thing. I don't want to get into the weeds. I think we need to adopt something. It's very clear that we have to adopt something and that we need to stick to it and that there should be consequences. I'm not in favor of tabling this or recommitting it. I think we should just adopt it as is. We had professionals that, LNC members and professionals that both put a lot of work into this, and it seems very cut and dry and very common sense to adopt this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Malagon. Those are some good points. If this was a professional organization, these would be really excellent standards to apply because you're paying people on your dime to show up. They're not representing anyone's interests. But let's talk about elected officials really quickly. When you have to win an election to sit here at this table, right? The will of the people is the governing authority that is putting us here, not your adherence to boss standards. This is hall pass stuff. I appreciate it. And we need this. We need professional standards, but we need them to be respectful of the will of the members, the delegates, states. We need our states to be able to make their voices heard. And right now, there's a widespread feeling that that's not really happening. In this document are several things that could be used through, just relatively mild interpretation to go after someone like me, just really for being a little bit different. This is not objective, and it does very much conflict with my duties. If I go back to my regional chairs and they're like, "Hey, why are we getting rolled over? What's going on?" This would say I need to be unified and loyal to the board, not to the states who elected me. So I would sue if that kind of thing happened. Just FYI, full disclosure. And I think anyone who wouldn't is a terrible representative.
I tested out with Mr. Dark, so I didn't want to speak on this. I created this ethics committee, or I motioned to create it, because I've been on this board for 10 years. We desperately need something like this. Desperately. And even in the past 4 years, I can tell you, it hasn't even been as bad as I've seen in the past. So, something like this is very, very basic across many, many different organizations. There's a reason why a lot of stuff is in there. Back in August, we met with Debbie Mason. She had a lot of things to recommend to us. But the reality is, guys, everybody's seen the report. You're going to hear from Debbie tomorrow. We need consistent board standards when it comes to respect, when it comes to how we treat each other, when it comes to how we communicate with each other, and also, how we represent the LNC. Because once you're on this board, you are a fiduciary of the board. I know a lot of people here are representatives. I was the Region 2 rep for a while. But once you sit on this board, your duty primarily, obviously, is to your states too, but it's to the board and it's to the organization. And how we foster, in my opinion, a healthy organization is that we have professional standards. Does that mean we weaponize those standards? No. Does that selectively use those standards? No. That means that everybody agrees and abides by the same set of rules and standards, so we can get shit done and actually move the party along in a way that is fair, professional, and becoming of the position we've been
almost like someone spoke on human respect earlier today for about 60 minutes.
May I respond to that? You'll be third in order here.
So, you know, again, there's a reason that we're here. There's a reason why I fundraised $8,500, which many of you all graciously contributed towards, to get Debbie Mason to do the operation evaluation to help us with stuff like this, because we've been long overdue for really professional standards for as long as I can remember. So that's the intention behind it. And now, if this is adopted, it's a board collaborative effort to enforce it. It doesn't just come from me. It needs to come from the entire body to make sure that we hold each other accountable to these standards and put each other in check when people go outside of the standards. And if we have to make some adjustments along the way or whatever, you know, we can always do that. It's a living document. But the goal here is not to beat up on any particular person or sector of people. It's truly and honestly and sincerely to set a higher bar for an organization that I think has been needed for a long time.
If I may respond to that, Mr. Dart, you'll be third. Sorry, go ahead and go in order.
So I don't want to shock anyone, but I feel like the board may have issues trusting each other. A sense that I am keenly tuned into. And I very much agree with the intent. I don't want to be insulted or et cetera. And around lobbying against the LNC as LNC. But I also am concerned about this being weaponized. I know that's not your intent here, but given that we are a somewhat dysfunctional body currently, but I think are improving, would you be okay with maybe like removing some of the teeth for this? You know, so we have some training wheels where we can say like, hey, you're violating the policy, but it can't be turned, it can't be used to kick people off the island because they disagreed with the LNC on social media. Right. Like I think it's reasonable for us, especially as a like a region one rep, they may have a very different take on what is going to be jury duty to the board. Right? Like he may go back and have a very different opinion from me. I do appreciate that it removes the ability to do ad hominem attacks, and I think that Mr. Malagon not speaking would make the meeting go much quicker.
I move to remove Mr. Thompson. Not in place yet, it's in order.
I guess I do have concerns about it.
Mr. Chatter.
I would echo many of those same sentiments. I think we heard a list of very reasonable concerns that were raised about the lack of specific implementations of safeguards against such weaponization of these policies. We've seen, I would say, very extensive demonstration of selective enforcement of rules being politically applied. Certain people who may be a key part of Chair's vision on the board have been allowed to continue abusive behaviors on emails despite repeated warnings to the contrary, and still continue those behaviors without any repercussion. We've seen selective application of other rules we've discussed. I think that basically this appears to be an attempt to instill more teeth to further weaponize and selectively apply, and I think that the proposal of taking some of those teeth out of it would be a very wise way to proceed, and to basically have something that would put forward to say this isn't the acceptable behavior. But I think we can all, if we're being honest with ourselves, say that there's no reasonable good faith that this would be applied objectively. And I think we've seen that until that is demonstrated that such things could be applied. I think it is a disservice to the party to consider to add more weaponizable rules to this act.
Thank you. I also want to just agree with the intent to try to improve our public-facing image. This is really important, and I realize that that's not something to blow off. I want you to know I'm sensitive to that. I want us to try to attempt to do so in more constructive ways that empower our members to make those decisions, and then for us to act as good stewards of that trust, not to take that power and entrench ourselves with it, or try to impose our singular vision. This is one LNC. We're all going to be gone at some point, and other people will be here. And let's ask, just as an object lesson, if the Mises Caucus takes over, I bet there are a lot of people sitting here who who would not like the way that they might interpret some of these rules, right? I agree with Karen Ann and how she said it, that it needs some workshopping. And I also thought I would ask, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I know, I'm sorry, Stephen, I don't know if you're in capacity as chair right now, but has anyone made any complaints about harassment from LNC members? Has there been any, like, just like fairly recently? I'm not asking you to name anyone who's complained, just have there been any complaints like that? And what is the, like, current remedy for that if somebody?
There isn't one. I mean, you would follow the honor procedures, which is essentially what's laid out in this ethics committee report. So it's basically just when we sat down with Mr. Jacobs, he basically laid out, this is what you're allowed to do under honor. And so this is the only thing you can put in your ethics committee report. So technically, it's same. Like, even if it wasn't in the report, it's still an option. But this would kind of codify it as, these are the steps that we want to take.
Well, here's the problem. We do have harassment policy, and that would presumably be grounds to take exactly these actions without any specific prescription, right? But we're not enforcing that policy. There's no action that's being taken on actual complaints of harassment, real problems. On the other hand, we're trying to pass a huge overhaul on behavioral standards that would make disloyalty a removable offense. That's what that says. I respect you, sir, and I respect what you're trying to do, so I don't mean to be personal. But I yield.
We're out of time, but Mr. Ford is next.
Yeah, just 2 minutes.
Should we move to extend time?
Yes, that's why I'm saying it. We're out of time.
I'll move to extend time by 10 minutes.
Second.
Any opposition? No one opposes? 10 minutes.
Okay, very quickly, I too respect the work that was put in there. I see Mr. McGee's efforts before, it's wonderful. I too, however, share the Secretary sentiment that there's some workshopping to be done. You draw a quick analogy between today's modern politics based on the Supreme Court decision around the country. Communities are passing anti-camping laws, which is a euphemism for homeless people sleeping outside.
Yep.
To a T, every one of them will say, well, we're not going to enforce that now until it's bad.
Yep.
Well, laws that are passed for the current regulators, current officials, current board chairs, board members, there's no modification going forward. And the potential for abuse down the road to politicize and weaponize these rules is real. And very often, if there's an imbalance in the board, you may feel like you have the chance to change it or address the changes. But anyone who's ever been, I've been on both sides of this, member of a permanent board minority, is you're powerless to change. So once you have to assume, you look at these rules, once they become law, that's what you got. It's often very difficult to change in reality. So I'm nervous about a lot of this. Again, I understand clearly the intent here. So I think it's just a question of doing something.
Mr. Malvin, you raised your hand earlier. Were you trying to be recognized? Okay. Now we're on the Ms. Harkness.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So at the risk of shocking people further and not to upstage Mr. Thompson, I do agree there is a lack of trust on this board, very obviously. But at the end of the day, yes, primarily with you, that's correct. So look, we heard from the executive director, fundraising is down, membership is down. This is why we can't even agree on a basic standard set of human respect, which we just heard a 60-minute presentation on from one of our biggest donors. If someone wants to workshop something and they want to add to it or do it, you can do it at a later meeting. There is no harm in adopting this now. If we're talking, and if we immediately jump to someone will weaponize this, other people will weaponize that, that's a problem. That's a huge, huge problem that we just need to get past. It. Trust has to start somewhere. And if you really can't control yourself, all this is asking is that everyone behave like an adult. This is why we can't get money. This is why we can't get membership up. I mean, this should be a no-brainer. If anyone wants to propose something after the fact and they want to meet and do whatever, I'm willing to entertain that. But this seems very basic to a board. And to Mr. Martin's point, we're not a professional organization, and that's the problem. This gets us closer to being a professional organization. We are all volunteers. No one has to be here. No one's getting paid to be here. If you can't handle it, you can't handle yourself. And this is coming from me. Right? My reputation precedes me, right? I seconded this motion. I think that we do need some sort of accountability here and just a basic understanding of rules. So I would strongly encourage everyone to adopt this and not let, perfection be the enemy of the good in this case. We get past this. If other people have recommendations like Ms. Harlow's and Mr. Ford, if you guys want to workshop something after the fact, go with God, bring it forward at the next virtual meeting, and then we can discuss it. But we need something now. We paid for it. Like California paid a good stint of it. So yeah, we want to see some change here. Anyway.
Ms. Harlow?
Two comments, and then I am going to make my motion. The first one was another issue that I forgot to bring up and said not to discuss inter-party disputes on social media. I mean, what does that mean? We can't discuss immigration? Like, oh my God, like half of our posts. I don't know if that's what that means. That's part of the problem. But also, I just want to object to any characterization that Mr. McGee made this to weaponize or anything like that, because there was obviously a lot of hard, good faith work put in this. But I am moving to recommit this for workshopping to our next regular e-meeting, whether it be June or July, which we had talked about. So short time frame, but, and if this passes, I'll send those little notes over to Mr. McGee that I have.
I'll second that motion again. Great.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Let me see how you do this. Any opposition to that motion?
I'd like to just go to a roll call vote. I mean, I'll call the question if we're gonna, yeah, we've already discussed this. I'm gonna vote against, so.
All those in favor?
Oh, she wanted a roll.
Roll call vote, okay.
Yeah, let me.
Madam Sister, get ready. Sorry. I didn't quite get that.
Mr. Vice Chair, you just need to specify exactly.
This would be a motion to, what was it?
The motion was to recommit and resubmit to the LNC at our next special.
Let's just codify it and have the next board some freaking standards to be set to.
And that I was.
That gives you a chance to workshop it in between.
Do you think that's why people are leaving? People are leaving because we're doing this kind of shit. Trying to control each other. We do war on each
Are
other.
you ready for me to take the roll
Yeah,
call?
go ahead.
Mr.
I
Swaz,
got it.
No.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes, is to delay it,
well, to recommit.
to come back to it next week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Dasson,
I'll say it.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
I am going to vote yes. Ms. Allison,
No.
Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
Mr. Malagon,
Nay.
Mr. McGee, Mr. Nicola, Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Ms. Yanni Scavett,
No.
and Mr. Nicola, you passed.
I'm gonna abstain.
Wait, what did I mess up? Okay, no, it's interesting. Okay, Mr. Dar, your vote isn't going to count. Wait, no, it would. It would, because it's 6 yes, 1 no. If you vote no.
Just to be clear, it's a point of parliamentary inquiry to the vice chair, or you're holding the gavel at the moment?
Yes, I am.
So just to be clear, if this motion were not to pass, we would immediately go to a vote to adopt the ethics committee, the ethics committee recommendations as presented by Mr. McGee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But if it passes, that is now moot because we are recommitting, so we would move on to the next agenda item.
Yes,
I was just going to give that statement on it.
Okay, so it passes.
The motion is passed.
I learned
been a committee working on this since December.
I should it needs more work. A lot more work.
I know it automatically does.
I don't happy to help you guys.
We can keep on the committee
Try to
forever.
make that happen.
You shouldn't pass, I can say whatever I want. I can hear you with the chair. I can pass, so I can say whatever I want.
No one was trying to silence you.
Next up is the special investigatory committee for All right, committee's report was previously submitted. The discussions earlier, I believe, covered everything that we needed to go into executive session about concerning it. And the work that needs to go forward. Unfortunately, this is all that I can publicly give out to the public at this time. I will not take further comments. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gar. Next is update on the Kennedy Victory Fund, Mr. Scavenge.
Okay, the LNC has received its allocation of the final distribution of the Kennedy Victory Fund on April 9th. We received $13,369, which was a lot less than we were expecting for the final distribution. Total we received 20 distributions, $98,172, and that's the portion the LNC keeps. The 10% that we receive as a commission. 278,000 of that was in 2024. 119,000 of it was in 2025. So all of the fund participants have also received their final distribution. There were 17 participants, 14 affiliates, and 3 PACs. They received between $9,100 and $35,300, depending on when they signed on to the agreement and whether they're an affiliate or PAC, because there are different rules. 4 affiliates received FEC filing status: Idaho, Maine, Maryland, and Vermont, allowing them to transfer the 90% Team Kennedy allocation of the distributions to the LNC. So there is some remaining activity. We are awaiting the final transfers to the LNC, to the 90% Team Kennedy allocation from 4 participants. Team Kennedy is closing out its final expenses next week, and those will be paid from their 90% account. There'll be some funds remaining in the Team Kennedy account. We'll keep that for several months, held open, pending any final legal or other expenses. And then Team Kennedy will figure out what to do with that money, or if they're gonna allocate any to us. We've received a handful of request information letters from the FEC. We have responded. It's up on this last week. It's up on the FEC website, which explains the rationale of entering the Libertarian Party entering into this agreement with Team Kennedy. Any questions?
I just have a point of personal privilege. If the secretary would be so kind as to remove the conflict of interest for me, since the KVF is now done, it's irrelevant that as the chair of California, we entered into the KVF. Mr. Moore.
Just wanted to ask kind of about the relationship in general with the KVF folks, if you could speak, kind of characterize that. How are things going between?
Well, there are 3 entities: Team Kennedy, the LNC. We entered into an agreement to create the Kennedy Victory Fund. So we've kept a decent relationship through this. They're very thankful for our participation. They are paying in accordance with the agreement that was signed, they're paying all of the legal expenses and any other expenses that would arise from this. So we don't have to worry about that. The Kennedy Victory Fund people, we've had, passing dealings with, but it's administrative.
Follow up on that. In my state, the We the People Party got removed from the ballot along with all the other third parties except for us. I'm kind of thinking like there's probably, I've heard of some other similar situations in other states. I know they're taking blows. If there were some kind of like aligned interest, some kind of activism project or something that we could encourage them to maybe put some of that money towards on our initiative, do you think that's something they might be amenable to?
You mean the remaining Kennedy Victory Fund money?
Yeah, like if we did some kind of joint project with them to, move the torch.
Well, the funds will be there probably through at least the fall to see if anything comes up. At that time, it's basically up to them. It's their money. If they want to save it or transfer it someplace, I don't know. If they are open to talking to us, projects and so forth, possibly they'll be interested. Y'all have to get in line behind the LNC.
No, I was asking about the LNC, not about.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Yeah, we
for us.
definitely will talk to them about something that they can, feel good about funding.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No, before the next agenda item, I had a point of personal privilege not related to KBF.
So based on our earlier discussion, somewhat, do you think that at all stages of this process that the Team Kennedy or the KBF people have been fully transparent with you and honest in their dealings with any legal questions or FEC questions that came from their side? Any reason to doubt their efforts to be on the up and up?
They are paying for the attorney, Lorenzo Holloway, who worked at the FEC for 32 years. And he did our response. They're paying for that. And, they're on the hook too if we're, if there's an issue with us.
And I'll say this too, working with them personally, it's been a good relationship. So at least in line with the objective goal, everything, it's been a positive, very good relationship. There's been no friction, and they've appreciated that we reciprocated. So I just answers any questions there.
I just, so the one thing, certainly there's been some bumps in the road along the way, but they've always been very willing to work out whatever it is that we need.
Thank you, that's helpful. Maybe it's something we could explore.
Yeah, this was to Mr. McGee on a back item on something where I'd said I wasn't sure we were allowed to do. I'll send that question to you in an email, because it was my understanding from Mr. Jacobs actually we couldn't do it, but I must have misunderstood him since he advised on that document. So I would defer to his superior knowledge on these particular items. So I'll send those questions to you, but I just wanted it on the record. If he said a certain thing was okay, I would defer to his knowledge.
Any other questions on the KBF? All right, if not, Mr. Bust with the update for Defend the Garden.
Yes. All right, so if anyone's not familiar, we did adopt Defend the Garden as part of our expertise. And either before or just following that, we had established an ad hoc committee of libertarians to kind of interface with the Defend the Garden and Bring Our Troops Home organization, which is a separate organization, to help organize the Libertarian Party's efforts to volunteer for that. So that's what we're discussing. And as far as the LP is concerned, what they're looking for from us, the main thing they need is volunteers to do the phone banking, volunteers that are willing to show up to training and be prepared to make phone calls on short notice as these bills come up for legislator to either to constituents or to directly to legislators. Also from the affiliates, identifying bill sponsors to get the bill going in their states. There's bills in most states, most years at this time. The most recent efforts have been the big ones, Arizona, of course, in Texas. I think the Texas bill just died in committee because it expired before the committee chair would release it. And Arizona had passed the Senate, I believe, for a second time.
Yes.
And passed committees. Now, where it went after that, I'm not quite sure.
The same guy, always, just shuts down the session and leaves it on the table.
So we're very close to many places, but a lot of it, we do get response from the phone banking, so that we want to make sure that the LP is getting out the info. I know we put out a lot of Facebook posts, not so many on the Twitter side of things. I did have a meeting with the chair and Brian Williams. Haven't quite got that fully rolling yet. What they're asking us to do is, besides the emails, which they haven't got as much response from, actually get into the social media side with putting out these calls to action. Let's see. There was a meeting this afternoon. What they would like to do is set up regional trainings with Diego Garcia from Bring Our Troops Home. But there's a cost associated with that. So what we're going to do is look at either discussing in the near future with LNC targeted fundraisers to help with that, or interfacing with the state affiliates to gather interest for such trainings. Because it's going to take a group effort to get those in maybe the regional 2 or 3 states at a time, according to the state chairs. So there'll be more to follow on that. Does anybody have any questions? Mr.
Should I Region 6 is sort of a hotbed of many parts of Diego's been pretty much all over, and places in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine, passing. It's also becoming Rhode Island, so for the actually from second. So just so you're aware of that. So there's great people there. In fact, there are people I can introduce you to, particularly in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, that might help you to help actually.
And I'll add on to that, if I may. Let's see, Eric Brakey is now the head of the Free State Project. He's a huge supporter of this. There's a Kentucky representative, Republican, on Tim Cass recently and spoke about the Fendegard. But LP specific, Minnesota's been holding rallies, and they're going to hold a training in June. The one kind of one we spoke about, but I guess at their expense, and they're ticketing that event. And Montana has they've actually sent out FOIA requests for members of their legislature that have gotten free helicopter rides from the Guard to kind of undermine the legislation. No, once you come back from.
Two-way job.
And of course, Tennessee.
By the way, we just as a point, we've had incredible success, sort of, blue New England. Believe it or not, more success with progressive Democratic representatives than we had with red Republican members. They walk away from testimony. There's got to be Brian C. in Massachusetts. When people walk away from his testimony, the progressives, the first thing they think is how appalled they are. And clearly, I'd seen generals place the budget for their respective state national guards ahead of lives. That's their takeaway. I've had people reach out to me weeks later, so they're still shocked at how cold the adjutant generals are. And just as a note, what I've seen in Northeast, these adjutant generals and state heads are out, so you're coming out now in person because they're scared. Bigly is scared about losing their money. And that's compelling. That's the energy for them.
I had a question. You were mentioning about trying to set up regional trainings. Is that to say in-person trainings?
Yes.
For,
to my knowledge, that there be in-person trainings. They try to find a centralized location that's best for whoever's involved.
Okay. So I know in Michigan. Unfortunately, our convention lead stepped out, but I think we've had some talks about doing something like that specifically in Michigan. Would you be the person to sync up with? We could see if we do follow through on that.
Yes.
I'd love to open it up to other states and all that. And then additionally, just as a comment, if that's all right, I would note that we've also had a bill put forward in Michigan from Defend the Guard. It actually got bipartisan sponsorship. However, unfortunately, since it was introduced, it was assigned to a committee which is kind of known as the graveyard for bills that they don't want to ever see the light of day. And we've been doing some phone banking efforts there and having good results, frustrating committee members, but still no movement, unfortunately, with the legislation. It's seemingly likely to be killed there.
For the Texas one, I'm pretty sure it was going to have the votes to pass if they would actually let the vote on.
But they don't. Yeah.
So it seems to be always that seems to be a common occurrence with this.
We didn't want it, it never passed. Do you think it would be beneficial if we had like an official LNC meeting to go over Defend the Guard and have the region reps and everybody come in? I get Brian Williams to come in. We can workshop how we want to further support Defend the Guard.
I don't remember. I was asked if we had pledged fundraising efforts. I don't remember.
I would like us to.
Yeah, I was also.
We can send out emails to raise money right now. We don't have money.
Yeah, so no one's asking for a direct donation from our funds at this time. So.
Ms. Mark.
It sounds like the tools to put pressure on specific districts, especially if we're running up on the same people each time, would be smart. And I was wondering if you thought there was a practical application for like a way to target those districts. Like, it's the Texas Speaker of the House who's blocking them, right, Trump Dave?
It's not the speaker anymore. It hadn't even gotten out of committee. It's the committee chair.
It's the committee chair. Okay. So not Dave. Okay.
So not to, maybe I'll answer your question. The Bring Our Troops Home, they're kind of experts at that, and that's what they do. They know who to target, how to target them, who not to target, what not to say, because it's by legislator what triggers them or what might move them.
So would there be a way for us to be able to, like, if we're looking at this and saying, hey, we want to pass this and we want to kind of take the leadership position in this, would there be a way to like say, hey, we're thinking about doing this, and would they be able to say, no, that's a bad idea? Like we could, like if there's a way to do that where we could kind of, because some of the activities that I have in mind would be things that would definitely, shake things up in those districts. I wouldn't want to step on other people in the movement.
There's time and place, and some people get that treatment. So, let's get together.
I'd love to work up this. By the way, that's a great idea. Yeah. That does go to my proposition, though, directly for this kind of.
So just to close out, if I may, the main things we're asking, make sure that the need for volunteers is communicated with some regularity, which we can work on with the team. And
Thanks for being the liaison on this. I appreciate it.
yes.
All right. If not, thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and move on to new business notice. Next is election of bylaws committee.
I have a time-saving motion. I know how that often can work out. I'm trying. I have sent to the secretary.
Just because I have to.
I'll read it out.
Okay, yeah.
I move that the bylaws committee appointment shall be held by open vote using approval voting sent to all LNC members present at the meeting and entitled to a vote. Those nominated shall be all those that submitted applications. Ballot shall open after the adjournment for today and shall close the call to order tomorrow morning. There shall be 10 members appointed in order of votes received. 2 alternate members shall also be appointed as the next 2 to receive the highest votes after the initial 10.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to the motion?
Hearing none, would you like to?
May I just ask for kind of, is there, I'm not sure I totally understand.
Okay.
I'm sorry for being an idiot.
So, OPA is, the ballots will go out by the emails, everybody that can vote.
Oh, put it on email ballot. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
email ballot, yes.
Got it.
We're
Thank you.
handling it by email ballot.
Sorry for that retard moment.
Bring to order.
Just a-
Yeah.
Right, so wait, real quick, before we go into this, is this a question about the?
A question about the, yeah. So when you say those able to vote, is that going to be governed by those who are here?
Yes.
Yes.
As opposed to like all LNC?
Yes.
So those, if you're at this table, you.
If you're at this,
And the
if you're at
voting
this
member is
table and you're a voting member, if you're an alternate sitting in, that is the intent. If you're not an alternate sitting in, but you're here, so you won't be voting.
As illustrative example would be myself and Mr. Martin for each one as opposed to Mr. Lamb.
Yes. That's correct.
Mr. Allen?
I'd like to amend the motion.
Okay, I think
It was already seconded.
second, we need to, yeah, okay, Mr.
I would just like to amend, I'd like to, well, I'll leave it at the discretion of the chair. Kyle Davis would like to be considered for bylaws committee. And the motion just reads those that submitted an application. He did not submit one. He would like to be considered. So. Oh, maybe he didn't, I didn't see it on the list.
It's not on the list.
So I'm just going based off the list. So he may have submitted one after the list was put on OneNote. So if we could amend, maybe just to, and Kyle Davis would be great. That's
Yes.
it. And then point of parliamentary, actually, never mind. That's already answered there. Tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay. All right, so then if there's no objection to the motion, then we'll go ahead and move on to discussion during discussion on the motion. Ms. Harles?
I will send it out right after the meeting. If you don't get an open vote ballot within about an hour of the meeting, text me, email me, whatever, and we'll work it out.
Ms. Cheddar?
These go to our LP email?
Yes,
So I'm sorry, where did we land on the amendment? Was he added to, or was
I stuck them on
he
there.
was? Okay. Yeah, I'm good now.
So we're going to do that. We're going to do by call order on 9 a.m. tomorrow. Vote over.
Are we gonna have any discussions at all as we've had in the past about people promoting candidates?
Oh, you mean like? And I guess you could, order.
No, I'm just saying, no, in terms
Like,
of,
like,
in the past, when we were having these kind of elections, certain people didn't have the opportunity to speak to certain candidates.
well, we still, so we could recognize people during discussion if they want to give.
I don't know about that.
Okay, all right. So that discussion in the executive session.
I remember last time I didn't have it.
You got an executive session.
I'll make a motion for that executive session.
Okay.
For 20 minutes. Is that enough time?
Yeah. Would it be reasonable just to?
What,
Would it be reasonable just to email that? Or say?
Well, no, just so you know, in the past, I don't know if you've been around long enough to see this. When we have elections like this for standing committees that are very important, LNC members will be given a chance to champion certain members or appoint to their.
I was just sensitive about keeping the gallery out.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's unfortunately sometimes an issue at least.
I would just make a suggestion. I don't understand the need for secrecy, not trying to necessarily oppose it in this case, but I was going to say it does sound good to me as a suggestion to have the candidates request them to email in something from them for themselves. And then it would be great if we also had the opportunity, as you suggest, to
Get an application.
That's what we have the applications for, the confidential one. I know you're new.
new kid.
The confidential OneNote has everyone's application. I'll get with Drew to see if Kyle submitted an application afterwards. Otherwise, I have his email address. I'll ask him to email the entire LNC with a pitch of his qualifications.
Cool. I thank you. I was mainly just trying to make sure I track it. So thank you. That's good. That's good.
All right, so let's see, motion second, any
further clarification. I see in the details it mentions alternates to be elected. Is that accounted for with the open vote, specific cutoff that would be alternates, or is it just all remaining candidates that don't make the 10 are ranked in
It
order?
said 2 alternate members shall also be elected.
So in effect, it would be the top 1 through 10 and then 11, 12, and those 2 would be alternates. Yes, that is the intent.
And then are we, if we're considering next to go into executive session, are we going to return for additional business after that today? I saw our plans, Senator cut off at 05.
That's all the agenda, unless somebody, yeah. Mr. Miller?
So I would just recommend, I don't think you would be prudent to adjourn. If you do go into executive session, it wouldn't be prudent to adjourn. We have a lot of stuff to get through, and then there's also the tour that's being spearheaded by Mr. Ford of the facilities for convention, which is one of the reasons that we're having it here. I think that we just power through. It's the nature of the beast, I guess. So I would request that we not adjourn. Obviously, that's up to the body, but I think that we need to get as much done today as we possibly can. Fundraiser, that's 7.
So 7:30.
Okay, so we have time.
So that's the consideration is that we do have that hard deadline for that event, and we've been informed that there's not going to be dinner served and advised to get dinner beforehand. So I see people would like to.
I think you're going to be okay not having dinner.
Sure. Definitely, I'll count on excellent adults.
Well, it's in where I want, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
So, is discussion over?
Yeah, my only question for you,
And it could be.
slowly vote with your people.
That was 3 guys.
And you all join lots of people.
That is a strategy that can be done. Yes.
Point of inquiry, there's no maximum number.
Or you could vote for everybody.
Which is the same truly for nobody.
Right.
That's our treasurer. He's the
No,
numbers
you're
guy.
correct, but you asked if it was
He gets
maximum.
numbers. There you go.
You set me up beautifully there.
But by the way,
Next
Joe,
bottom, right.
Open Vote now has a little check mark at the bottom that says, I wish to submit an empty ballot. I treat that as NOTA. So if you wish to vote for NOTA, just select the, I wish to submit an empty
That was
ballot.
actually very philosophical, Mr. Rudd. You vote for everyone, you vote for no one. Plato talks about that in the Republic, actually.
Very well.
Mr. Hershey? Sure.
Wait, is it?
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, so we're giving him question more. So it's not making sense.
Well, you
No,
can
it's
search.
whoever gets the top.
It's top 10. So if you vote for,
If you're happy with any of the 15, you can let us know.
Yeah.
What do you approve of?
Yeah, if you approve of 14 people, you could vote for 14 and vote for the top of that.
Any other discussions?
I have a right to discussion.
It's right under here. No, we're discussion over your way. So any objection to the main motion?
Adrian's got it.
Are we going once, going twice, main motion passes. Mr. Ford.
I just wanted to. I personally think that we should go to executive session.
They all say.
We did that earlier.
Sir, we're going into executive session maybe now.
Yes, for what? For the purposes of people being able to promote individual candidates for that. Bylaws, sorry.
Is there a second? Second.
Mr. Miller.
I will be leaving executive session again, and I would like the secretary to note the same reason that I did before.
I'm not gonna retype it, but I will.
No, like
copy it
copy
from-
it, yeah, that's fine, just, I don't want to repeat myself.
Time you 5 minutes in accordance with
For the record, I have my 12 selected already, so I'm good.
Is there a second?
Is that all?
2 minutes, 15 minutes for executive session. Second. Any objection? All right. Any amendment passes? We're not allowed to make motion. Any objection to going into executive session this time? Hearing none, I'll ask the gallery to excuse us from.
When is the meeting meeting?
15 minutes from now.
You're on.
All right, we're rolling. All right, so we are back in open session. So we're going to go on to the next agenda item, which is
We're not doing that.
B1 of the 9 policy manual amendments
by Mr. Malikan. The first one is the EPCC amendment. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Malikan, let's speak up the motion.
So I do think, so I'm going to make this very easy for everyone in the interest of time and common sense. I did write reasonings for all of them. I would hope that all of the members, especially those opposed, I will just remind everyone, the EPCC, the SIC, the Audit Committee, the Chair, the Executive Director, Debbie Mason, who is our contracted nonprofit board consultant, have all endorsed these motions. As Ms. Harlow stated, she did have a slight amendment to one of my motions, which I promptly gave notice to and swapped it out. That was a very reasonable request, and it was an additional barrier to prevent financial malfeasance, so I was more than happy to put that in. But I'm not going to give additional reasonings for anything. It's already been stated in the document. I would be at the discretion to entertain any questions regarding any motion. Otherwise, I think we're okay going to a vote. These are very common sense. They should be unanimous. I do suspect I know how this is going to go vote-wise, but fingers and toes crossed, pins and needles. But yeah, that's where I'll leave it. For all of them moving forward, not just this one, but for the rest moving forward.
Ms. Holmes and Mr. Chatterjee and Ms. Clark.
I have a request for information to Mr. Malikan in a potential amendment, but it depends on the length of information. Considering there are certain qualifications listed here, if any member of the EPCC currently does not meet these qualifications, would they be immediately removed from the EPCC?
I mean, that would be up to the chair, I suppose. I guess suppose anyone could make a motion to remove people after the fact. I don't see how it would immediately apply. They have been elected already. This is more of a provision for future EPCC members. Although any board member could make a motion at any time to remove what they believe to be unqualified people. Although it is, and I will just note that it is interesting that it is understood that there's at least one unqualified member on the EPCC. I'll just leave it at that.
I'd like to ask if Mr. Malikan would be friendly to this amendment, which would be a proviso.
Sorry, is Ms. Harless requesting a friendly amendment? I was told that those didn't exist.
It's not in order, it's
Holy
a
shit,
regular.
this whole meeting has just gone.
I know. I just would like to know your
Please, I'm kidding.
perspective. Would you be a proviso that these qualifications would go into effect as the size of the committee may be reduced or vacancies created or vacancies happen or something? Vacancies occur.
When you say that, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? I'm confused,
Like,
by the way.
say tomorrow we change the size of the EPCC from 5 to 3 and made decisions on who that would be. That's when these qualifications.
So
I'm asking his opinion.
I'm not opposed to that. Here's how I see it. So, quite literally, everyone has seen Ms. Mason's report because it was leaked by a Mason's member. So, at this point, she recommended a small EPCC going back to 3. If that's the case, we could just have new elections and then go from there, and then the board could decide who they determine to be qualified and not qualified based on their professional acumen. So if the proviso would do that, could you read that one more time? I'm sorry.
Actually, I would like to just simplify it, and this would allow future motions in the future. These qualifications go into effect as vacancies occur.
If you would ask my ruling, I would rule it that whoever's in the EPCC currently, there's still be in the EPCC currently because they're elected that role,
Okay.
regardless of any qualifications.
Then I would. That's your ruling. I would.
Yeah, so that's what I was asking. So if that's the chair's ruling, that's fine. So if someone were to make a motion to reduce the scope of EPCC back to 3 members, or to remove certain members, then that's their prerogative to make that motion.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want anyone automatically removed.
No, yeah, of course, that was not my intention.
Okay, thank you.
I would speak against this proposal. I believe, again, similar to previous items I brought up, I think this is intended as a means to kind of weaponize the composition. We've already seen how this committee has been politicized. We had a vacancy occur in this committee, and immediately following that election, we saw the people who were not elected in that election bring a motion to add seats for themselves, which conveniently swayed the majority of the committee in the opposite direction. We saw that carry out actions that were, I believe, pledged not to be done in the event of certain other elections in the party. And we saw these things brought and introduced under the cover of darkness. The committee was immediately following the failure to get elected. Was motioned via email ballot to expand the size. And then within minutes of that motion closing, we saw a proposal to appoint 2 specific individuals attempting to block any discussion or any opportunity for motions to be brought for other individuals. And I think we should have no reasonable expectation that these measures and these qualifications, which were previously raised, Mr. Malaga, I believe, in a previous meeting, specifically attempting to impugn those who are running against the committee, running against him for that committee vacancy. And the board chose to elect other people before him, and we saw how that was handled through a politicized response. So this, additionally, besides just adding these qualifications, also seeks to greatly empower and expand the authority of the committee to basically give them power superior to the LNC and the chair, putting them in between any execution of such decisions by the consideration to approve all of these contracts. So I just don't think it's appropriate for us to be politicizing this as we've seen done, and the expansion of authorities is, I think, an indication of the intent of this proposal, along with several other subsequent proposals in the policy manual, as I mentioned earlier. Further build upon this, I think further remove accountability from the LNC and instill it into a small number of individuals who I think are going to be very carefully voted by this narrow majority of them.
Mr. Martin, and then Mr. Thompson, and Ms. Scavenge, and Ms. Carlos, Malaga, Brett Path.
I thought you were super impressive. I'm impressed you remember, you got that order down. That's cool. Okay.
We only like a red string that we just hold on to.
Right. The talking stick. I don't want to speculate about the intention of this because the ostensible intent looks really good. The idea of qualified people on this committee is critical. We really don't want people who aren't able to do this to be there. I do, however, echo Mr. Chatterton's concerns about how this could be used to take power not only from the board, also from the chair, also in general. This is a little bit like passing a bill to stop a hurricane. To say the committee shall be composed of qualified individuals, you can actually let me explain this better. It should say the LNC should take care to use due diligence in ensuring that the people elected to this board are qualified. Because that's our job, right? We elect people to this board. We decide this. So by saying, hey,
Not say that.
It literally
That's what
says
it
that.
says.
No, it says.
English is my second language and I can read. My
Well, let
God.
me help you with this. It's really simple.
Please.
So notice see how it says the EPCC shall be comprised only of qualified members of the LNC.
And who appoints the EPCC?
Only one person talks, Mr. Martin speaking, and then we'll go in order.
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The issue is that whether or not the EPCC shall or will be actually composed of competent, qualified members is a question that depends on our judgment and our ongoing approval. I know that's kind of obvious, but look, when you say it shall be comprised, you're leaving the door open for any LNC, if our LNC composition changes, say the Mises Caucus takes over, right? They can, I understand that. Just hold your horses.
I'm sorry, as a point of order, can I have the secretary put the policy manual on the screen so she can see who elects the EPCC?
Hold your horses. You're not understanding you're not understanding.
Because apparently Mr. Martin doesn't understand who elects the EPCC.
Yeah, well aware. I just.
Because this will actually take up a lot, like whatever.
He's out of order. I don't want to yell over.
As a point of order, could the secretary please do
Can we call the member to order?
Because I'd like to point at it.
Can we call the member to order? Thank you. So what the problem is that if the LNC changes its composition and we've elected people to this committee, this could be used to fine tune that committee or pick that committee by using removals based on qualifications. if I don't agree with Mr. Malagon's idea of what is qualified, and I manage to supply someone else on this committee who
Mr. Chair,
takes his
point of
place.
order. I'm sorry, this is, it's,
Your point of order.
it's,
An interruption.
no, this is, it's in the motion itself. It's as if Mr. Martin didn't read the motions. It will only, the word qualified in quotes for these purposes shall be defined as, I've defined what qualified means.
It's very subjective.
I understand, but everybody's gonna have their turn to debate, and it's all gonna come full circle.
I would have been done already.
And I
doubt it.
and even
Oh,
if
yeah.
we disagree with our colleagues on
Sure,
the board,
that's fine.
our time to debate.
I'll close my remarks like this. Have you ever heard the expression that credentialism is a mental disorder? Because it is. Little slips of paper from the government or from state universities do not necessarily qualify someone. Experience usually does. We have to use good judgment when we try to decide whether or not someone is really qualified. So a better way to word this motion would be that the LNC should give special diligence to the qualifications of the people on this committee for future members. We're not trying to bind ourselves. We're not trying to, play power games. This is for the posterity of the future, right? So this should be written like instructions to a future LNC of what they should do, not a requirement of what we want this committee to be right now.
Mr. Thompson.
Lord. Sorry. Stuff took place since I had my thought. Okay, so earlier I voted with Mr. Chatterton against Mr. Malagon and balanced the force. I guess I'm not going to argue in favor of Malagon's motion against us. So the EDCC having authority to approve contracts is very beneficial, right? Like if they had that authority, say, a year ago, it would have been useful for us, right? It does make it empowers a committee, but it depowers the chair to an extent. The EPCC reviewing contracts after they've already been done doesn't help us as much if they're not even informed that a contract exists, right? So that part I think is useful. To Mr. Martin's point, I'm curious if it would satisfy your concern if the LNC appointed qualified members to the EPCC, right? That way we wouldn't be using it. I think probably your concerns already been satisfied though by us saying that we're not going to use it against existing members.
Yeah,
but I do understand your concern that we would use it, as a weapon. But if we don't use it as a weapon against people that are already on there, as has already been ruled, I'm not sure that would really be that big of a problem.
I just see future infighting.
And we're not supposed to have cross-talk.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
I'm sorry, but this has been going on for some time.
I understand.
Without being.
My apologies,
And I
Mr. Chair.
hope that we extend in all directions. So,
Absolutely.
Ms. Jessica.
Okay, so I talked to Debbie Mason about the EPCC and the size and the composition for over an hour. And she's like, well, you don't have qualifications for an employment committee, It's like, no. And that was astonishing to her. This is not rocket science. You want to say it's going to be used against somebody, it could be, and half the things in the policy manual could be used against somebody if you put your mind to it. The second part of this is, well, let me go back a minute. The second part of this change about the EPCC shall review, approve. Okay. And Stephen can confirm this. Before Reno, the EPCC dealt with contractors as well as staff, correct? You were on the EPCC.
Yes.
Okay. After Reno, it was the former chair's opinion that the EPCC had no jurisdiction over contractors. Okay. What happened? Okay. I don't need to say it.
Freedom calls happened, I'll say.
If there had been EPCC oversight, because there's 3 or 5 people now looking at these contracts and helping Hannah with these contracts, and we're going to be doing some other things with contracts. But the other part of that is, so in March, I moved to add this language, the language that's in black, that underneath the, first, the EPCC shall review and document all employment contracts for staff as well as contractors that provide services outside of vendors. That passed. To add it back in, so everybody's clear that the EPCC deals with contracts. Okay, now, anybody know why Adrian is adding those other words there?
Approved.
Agreements, transactions, remunerations, or modifications.
Okay. I know.
Adrian, why did you add those words?
Because that's part of DC law. It's in the DC statute. All of the amendments that are made here for not just this provision, but all the other motions are either taken from a direct recommendation from the auditor or DC statute, which is what we're concerned with, right? This should not be rocket science, people. It really isn't.
Yes.
Carlos, Malagon, Chatterton, Redknapp, Boston.
Okay, just to answer some objections from Mr. Martin. The chair isn't cut out. I think there's a general misunderstanding amongst the party. The chair is an ex officio member of all committees. Ex officio doesn't mean non-voting. He gets to vote on every committee. That's why me on the Convention Oversight Committee, it says non-voting ex officio to make it clear that I'm not a voting member. But the chair is not cut out of any votes on EPCC. He's just not required to attend, and it's not counted in quorum if he doesn't attend. As far as something with balances of power, I would hope we start to get away from caucus talk of this one or this one taking over or whatever it might be. This is the policy manual. The reality is it can always be amended. I mean, we're amending it now. I mean, the policy manual gets amended every meeting. It is, as the chair said before, a living document. Now, if you don't like the language, it's fine, vote against it. Just understand that if some group gets in quote unquote power, they can write the whole thing if they want.
They can put unqualified members if they so choose.
Mr. Malloy.
Well, I mean, it's just really funny that, well, so I'll say what I'm going to say and then I'll make the motion after this. So we're talking about politicization. Sorry. So of this whole motion, but the funny part is that it was politically inclined to put a particular member on the EPCC who has no experience with contracts, business development, HR, doesn't understand what KPIs, PIPs are, or anything, because it was a caucus thing. So it's just really funny that that was the argument initially given. And then we do have, out of the 5 members currently on the EPCC right now, we have 3 that are well-versed in all of these things and 2 that are not. And that's very, very clear, not just from the meetings themselves, but just looking at professional acumen. So I'm just going to point that out. And then I was outside while you were all in executive session, and the delegates of Michigan asked me to make a motion to not let Mr. Chatterton speak for the rest of the meeting. I don't know if that's an order, Mr. Chair, but as an at-large, I do adhere to the will of the entire Libertarian Party. So it was.
It is not an order at this time. You need to suspend the rules in order to consider that.
We'll talk tomorrow then. Great.
Mr. Redknapp, then Mr. Chatterton, then Mr. Moss.
I move to divide the question. And to consider these 2 paragraphs separately.
Second. There's a motion to divide in a second.
Yeah, to divide with the majority.
All right, so is there any discussion? Would you speak to your motion?
It's obvious that I think these are completely different. 2 paragraphs are I think are completely different in their nature and what they intend to do, and one might be adopted and one rejected. I think the board should have the freedom to select one or the other, or either or both.
Mr. Chair, since Mr. Redpath had said that they are 2 unrelated topics, if you agree it's divisible upon the demand of one member and doesn't require a vote. When you have 2 unrelated items, that's divisible upon the demand of one member. It's up to you.
I would call it a vote because certain circumstances, yes, like if it was two separate elections, it gets into, there's some parliamentary
Just let you know.
definitions there. So we'll take it to a vote. Is there any discussion on dividing the question? Is that,
It's dividing.
dividing the question available?
I don't recall.
Does anyone wish to debate?
No.
I don't wish to debate, but I would love to say something.
I'll call the question if it's
I
debatable.
appreciate the remarks.
Hold on. Real quick. Before we get it.
It's not.
It's not debatable. Just gonna double check. What's the, sweet?
I wish I got an airport.
Could you tell me?
Reason of the question. It's not debatable.
No, it's here. Okay.
Price you're paying,
All right,
might as
so,
well.
we'll go right to a vote to divide the question. Raise your hand if you wish to divide the question. Those who wish not to divide the question. All right, motion passes, so the committee are to divide the question. So we will, I don't discuss it. I have questions about. Was it a motion? Yeah, I have questions. So we'll go ahead and vote on the first portion, which is the portion for qualifications.
I move to extend discussion
By how many minutes?
by 5 minutes.
We can't extend discussion because we're not at the ended time of this. It's 30 minutes for all nine.
We have 8 minutes.
That's up.
Okay, pardon me.
I'll let you know in 8 minutes.
I wish to continue discussion.
Mr. Redpath. I'm sorry, might be recognized. I think he had his hand up first.
Yeah, just quickly, we're talking about employee qualifications. Are we going to then elaborate on those qualifications? Because it seems nebulous right now. I get the point about having qualified people on, well, virtually everybody. I just want to know what the qualifications are so that we can hear them.
I think it
My question's out there on this question.
Leverage one. Because Mr. Chatter, you were on the board for the.
It's blue and white.
Those are for
Now it's my.
Yeah, it started all over.
So my question is, we're putting it in place the requirement for qualifications. That's a great idea on all boards. I just want to know what those qualifications are. The qualifications are on the
Experienced
screen.
and well-versed.
But that's still corporate buzzwords. They're corporate buzzwords. I don't even, I'm not going to hate these words. They're not, if you're going to ask for qualifications, in my mind, for something as detailed as this, there needs to be specific. I mean, what qualifies you? It's not good enough to say.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. Can we have the secretary read the EPCC? It is literally on, it'll satisfy Mr. Ford's
Mr.
question.
Chair, this member is abusing the point of order. That wasn't a point of order. He keeps using it to interrupt the members and get his own remarks in.
Well, to answer your question, Mr. Ford, I think that if anybody meets that criteria, they would just have to let the LNC know that, hey, I meet this criteria as far as that would be my role.
They're not responding briefly now. I've seen it before. When you say well-versed and you welcome into our business, that's why.
Yeah.
You know, listen, you run a pyramid scheme or well-versed in system. I mean,
Yeah,
So, hey, qualifications.
Yeah.
running bars, you
I move to amend this motion to read the EPCC should be comprised of, right, and that shall only.
Well, that defeats the purpose of the motion. I mean, you're welcome to make that motion. I'm just saying that defeats the purpose.
Should be strike shall only and insert should.
Bill, would you be willing to consider, so strike,
Shall only and insert should.
should be. Is there a second?
Yes.
Taking teeth out of it.
All right, there's a motion second.
I mean, I don't have a problem with this as a recommendation, but otherwise it's too nebulous. It's how, and by the way, what if nobody on this committee fills the bill?
And then we have a deeper problem if that's the case. My God, Bill, come on.
Please let him speak. I want to hear his answer.
I'm serious, it's too nebulous. I think that I understand the point, but how is this going to be enforced? Seriously, how is this going to be enforced by the commission or by the membership at large? Because this is all highly debatable.
It wouldn't be the membership, it would be the LNC. So you, I don't know.
I've spoken, Chatterton, Martin,
point of order, and then I have comments in the discussion on the matter. The point of order, it's been assured today that we can, count these policies, and yet we've had an individual member of this board who has repeatedly interrupted discussion of other members. I think that this is demonstrative of the problems of trust, but furthermore, I think there needs to be some
dinner to get to.
case in point, as demonstrated here, that there should be some action taken at some point, and this has been going on not just in today's meeting, but for months. So I would like for there to be more significant action to address the specific member who continually violates the basic rules of the meeting, the forum, and recognize the speaker.
I wish we could, Mr. Chair, but we didn't pass those policy manuals.
Those are not necessary to have amended policy manuals that exist under our existing parliamentary procedures, and I would request the chair to take some action at this time.
I have a point of personal privilege that somebody buy the secretary booze after this for all these points of order and crosstalk, please.
I wanted to just speak to what Bill was saying a minute ago. First of all, I really appreciate your idea there. And I also appreciate what everyone has said. I know you guys think I'm against you on this. Believe it or not, I could be a yes vote on this. My suggestion, though, would be, and maybe this would be really for you to consider, Bill. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Red Hat, I shouldn't call you Bill. we should say the LNC shall use diligence to ensure that the members of the EPCC are qualified at the time of their election. And that we should try to probably maybe look at some specific kinds of qualifications that are a little more objective. Experience is fine with me. I'm actually okay with the list there. The thing that scares me is how it's worded. It'll supersede Roner, right? So it should be an instruction for ourselves to pick qualified people.
If I could, a point of order, I would request that Mr. Malagon be called to order, and if his continued interruptions do not cease for the rest of the meeting, that I did the presentation at that time.
I've called the order several times. We have a weekly slideshow every Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, where I'm just like, all right, this is it.
If I could then go into commentary on the motion. So I would speak in support of Mr. Redpath's motion. I think that we've seen the politicized application rules. Mr. Malagon has already stated his desire to reduce the committee size and hold a vote based on these.
That is not what I said.
And then I think that this provision to change it to should is a guideline to the LNC to consider when voting on filling vacancies. Make sure that those cannot be used as cause for approval. But hopefully that's, I think, an appropriate advisory guidance to LNC members when choosing who to vote for fill those vacancies. So I think that does address some of the concerns that I raised about the amendment, and I support that.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, so I want to speak to a couple of things. By amending the motion to say should as opposed to shall, there's zero teeth there. It removes the fact that you can still put someone on the committee who has no idea what they're doing, has no idea of key performance indicators or performance improvement plans for people who have no idea, who are messing up.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but point of order, we have a member that's distracting the gallery and distracting me from the member. I would like to hear what Mr. Johnson is saying. Sorry.
Sure. The second point that I wanted to make is it's been questioned, how do we know if they're qualified? People who apply for the committee, they give their qualifications in their application. People who are nominated can speak to their qualifications or speak to their nomination when they accept the nomination. And it's clear that anybody who's had any management experience, director experience, they would be happy to inform the LNC of that information prior to the vote being taken to fulfill the committee. I realize I'm just an alternate, but I do want to get that on the record for those who have questions as to whether or not the should or the shall should remain, or what constitutes qualification, or how do we know? Thank you.
Mr. Thompson? So I understand Bill's point about a hypothetical situation where we have no qualified candidates. But at such a time, I would hope that we could then amend, we would be in such a dire situation, we could then amend the policy. So I do support it as written. I did provide it because I didn't want to, for people to feel they were forced. But I do support both parties.
And I guess this is a point of parliamentary inquiry. When someone makes a point of order, it is not just a way to interrupt. It's not supposed to. If you do a point of order, it's because there is a rules violation that you're bringing up. Correct.
They're supposed to be, yeah, I mean, when you have a point of order, it's interruptible, but oftentimes when you hear a point of parliamentary inquiry, for instance, it's like, the room is a little hot, we turn on the AC, or, can you speak up, something like that. So that's a point of parliamentary inquiry. A point of order, point of parliamentary, point of personal privilege. Parliamentary inquiry would be, more so, all right, what is the specific, something that actually has to do with the parliamentary procedure of how we're going to proceed, where a point of order it's a little more nebulous, but oftentimes it's
a breach of the rules.
Yeah.
But a point of order would be, he said something about me.
Correct, it's not debate, it's not
a violation of the rules.
Correct. Okay. That's why we have discussion. That's why what we need to do to make sure is that everybody has their turn to speak. And we have discussion that's pointed towards the chair and so on and so forth. So is there a motion to extend time?
I move to extend the time by 30 minutes.
So, motion second. Any objection?
I object.
Objection to
For the whole
extending time.
time.
We only have
It's for all
30
the
minutes
line.
for one motion. Wait, I'm sorry, 30 minutes for everything?
See, those 9 motions were allotted a block of time.
And we're
Out of
they
the
were
whole
very
block,
common
just
sense.
on-
Now we are at minutes for one motion.
Yes.
Could I? It was ambitious.
No, you.
What, is it in order?
For a call a question.
Is it in order to move to table this to workshop it, the whole 9 of them? Oh my God.
I mean.
I move to move this into the workshop. These are.
Hold on, before you get, hold on, made and seconded.
It's already been a motion, it's already been a motion to amend and seconded.
We have a second.
We are never going to become a functioning. We're never just.
So
I think if we changed it to development proceeding shall be delivered.
No, it's not to make it.
So we're going to motion to extend time for 30 minutes. We have an objection. Please, we'll go through. All in favor of extending time or, wait, does anybody want to amend the extension? How many thousands of dollars to hire a person?
I would extend for 10 minutes on question number 1 only, and then move to recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's my second motion.
There's an amendment.
That's a substitute.
Substitute motion.
Again, to extend for 10 minutes to deal with question number 1 only, and then to recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Is there a second? So I would only second Mr. Redpath's motion if everyone reads the bloody fucking PM amendments, because this is getting so absurd. 30 minutes it was ambitious to Mr. Thompson's point, but these are so easy. This is something, it's this common sense stuff. We have been here for 30 minutes on one. We are not a functioning organization. This is embarrassing.
Let's move on to the amendment or to the substitute motion. All in favor of the Redpath substitute motion, raise your hand. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All opposed? All right, the motion passes. So we are going to have except for 10 minutes, and then we're going to. So who's up next? You guys agree with this? Oh, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so in terms of qualifications, I'm going to note that it says to be added after the first paragraph. Can you scroll down, Madam Secretary?
You mean up here?
Yes, the EPCC shall develop documents, procedures, and guidelines for the effective administration, supervision, and development of staff, including but not limited to job descriptions, compensation ranges, hiring, training, performance reviews, promotion, progressive discipline and termination. The LNC may supersede any such documents, shall review the document all contracts for staff. The qualifications are related to those items that are the point of the committee. So I don't know why this is unclear. I don't know why we need more detail, but you got to look at the whole part.
You just passed a law saying that we should all.
Only this point call upon you, Mr. Ford and Mr. Cheddar.
2 quick points. Your suggestion that all comments be directed to the chair is an excellent one, and will eliminate a lot of the.
And Roberts.
Yes. I'm the Roberts expert. The second point being, Ms. Yanuskovich's point is certainly on point. My only concern is the minute you introduce, if you will, to a question that someone has to be qualified, I believe you have to go to near extraordinary lengths, or at some length, to describe what is qualified. And saying someone's an expert in business development is incredibly, I guess the word today is nebulous. Mr. Chairman.
This is partially kind of a clarification, or at least to state my understanding regarding the proposed amendment. When I think my support for the amendment to should was on the basis of my interpretation of shall versus should language in such a document, in that a shall is a requirement and a must, basically. And essentially these items here, I think that shall enables it to be used to go after current members at the whims of the future body. And that I think is something we should seek to avoid. I also share the concerns. This is just clarified by. So I guess that's the angle I'm coming from. This is all ultimately, as we've discussed, at the decision and discretion of LNC voters, as pointed out. And a should statement says this is what you ought to consider in making this. A shall statement says that these are objective qualities that must be considered, and these are not objective qualities. It is subjective as to whether or not someone is an expert in these matters. What does it mean to be an expert in key performance indicators? These are things that people use in all forms of jobs. It's the subjective evaluation of the body to look at these factors and weigh who they want to be on this body. And I think a should statement codifies that. This is guidance for the LNC to consider what they. I don't know. I don't speak.
Mr. Johnson, I would hope that the LNC previously considered it should, that we appoint qualified people. But that's how it already was. We're still on the shall should, right? So in the interest of completing this within the remaining time, may I not move to call the question, but please request that we stop today? Mr. Martin.
I have something just really simple. If we say the LNC shall ensure that the EPCC is comprised of qualified members, right? That would probably solve the problem, where it would still have teeth and be a requirement for the LNC to do so, but would not necessarily authorize the removal of any current members.
And just to be clear, these are, as chair, I've already ruled you, hold me to this, otherwise I'll be a huge asshole. But I am gonna make sure that whenever this passes, that the current of the EPCC should not be removed of the current.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, you said you weren't gonna fire Michael Heiss too.
That's not, Mr. Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
That was on YouTube as well.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Can any member of any committee be removed by the LNC at any time? Okay, thank you.
Any further debate? So we're going to call the question.
That's a good point.
Any objection to calling the question? Hearing no debate, we'll go ahead and move to vote on the motion.
So what are we voting on?
We're voting the shall should, or no?
Yeah.
Shall should.
The amendment.
So we're just on amendment, right?
Yeah, we're just on
So
the
this is just the amendment, so we're voting on changing shall only to should be. So really just strike the shall only, and then it should be.
So we have 3 votes up. We have the shall, should, and we'll vote on paragraph 1, and then vote on paragraph 2, which is a separate motion.
So an I vote does what for this? This is I is to accept should.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it should.
So make yes, second. Did you say?
I'll second moving on previous questions.
Yeah. I asked no objections. So we have moving all previous questions, and then.
I'll second Mr. McGee's motion to move all previous questions.
Is there any objection to that? All right, if not, then we're going to vote on the amendment first. All in favor of the motion to change shall only to should, raise your hand. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. It passed. And so motion passes. All right, now we're on the.
Would it be in order to just withdraw this motion because it defeats the purpose of the entire motion?
It's been seconded.
It belongs to the body.
Well, I'm asking the chair, as a point of parliamentary inquiry, that the motion is moot now.
You can vote against it. We just get it over.
I'm speaking to the chair at the moment. Mr. Chair, may I just remove, the motion is moot now.
Belongs to the body.
Just vote.
All in favor of the motion, please say, or please raise your hand. This is the first paragraph.
As
The
amended.
first paragraph,
As amended.
As amended.
So the EPCC should be comprised, and that would be that paragraph. Motion to adjourn as always. All right, so, raise your hand if you'd like to see that passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
We're in the middle of the question.
Doesn't matter, it's always in order to move to adjourn.
No, it would just be adjourned for the day.
I'm sorry, adjourn for the day.
There's already a motion to adjourn on the table. After this.
No, adjourn is the highest. It's the highest rank that ranks that. When we come back tomorrow.
Yes. So, all in favor of adjournment, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion fails. Next is the following portion of the EPCC policy manual language, which is conditions on screen, underneath the big block of text.
Yeah.
We're going to vote on that. All in favor, raise your hand. 5, 6. All opposed? Motion passes. All right. First of all, the policy manual.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, they were each, the yeses were each 2 times.
Have a good day.
All right. And next is recess till tomorrow, 9 a.m. So recess till tomorrow. Oh, real quick, next con meet at 8:45. See you everyone. All right. Come here.